literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. what I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Svanvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namah. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome all of the viewers who are gathering with us right now for the Devi Parashakti Akashic Reading Program. Welcoming all of the viewers who are joining with us on Kailasa TV, on Nithyananda TV, as well as all of the celebrated Kailasians who are joining with us from Devalayas, from Annalayas, from Goshalas, Gurukuls across the world, and the de facto spiritual embassy, Kailasas, in so many different places across the world, and as well those of you who are joining us on two-way video conferences for the Naina Diksha. I welcome all of you to this beautiful program. And I know that many of you today who are joining with us are each and every one of you searching for something deeper in your life, searching for a higher context, a deeper goal, something which fulfills your very soul and consciousness. And perhaps you've been searching for this for years to come, have been looking for it, whether it comes to name and fame or a good status in society, or if it comes to wealth, or if it comes to health, whatever it is, you might be searching for this very thing. And you might be searching deeply, yearning for one thing in your life that will completely fulfill you. And that one thing is love. Love is the undercurrent behind everything that we are doing and everything that we are searching for. Ultimately, we are looking for love. But many of us today, we confuse love with maybe our normal superficial relationships. We have different languages for love. For example, giving compliments or spending time with each other or giving gifts. All of these are forms and acts and expression of love, but you cannot say that they are love themselves, and we cannot ever define love just within the limits of a simple language. Love, according to Sanatana Hindu Dharma, has a divine element, a divine quality. Love is able to transform and transcend you through all of your different fears, your different your conflicts in your life, as well as even make you heal so many different aspects of yourself which you feel, perhaps a extreme anxious and anxiety disorder, or even not being able to confront yourself about your deepest fears and deepest insecurities. Love has the power to transcend and transform you throughout anything. And Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had recently revealed that the beautiful truth, Anbhe meaning love is God. Love is God, and love is divine. And that is the very way that we can strengthen ourselves. In fact, Devi Parashakti further continued that during this time and during these extremely dark times in the pandemic and so much of social upheaval, it's at this time that only those with love on surrounding their hearts as the armor of their hearts, only those people will be able to even survive today, will be even able to see even the next 10 years. Love is an absolute essential that we need to have. And in this program, this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program, through the blessings and grace of Devi Parashakti, you will simply understand what is love. Devi Parashakti is the cosmic mother, the embodiment of the cosmic feminine consciousness, and the source of billions and billions of universes which from her come in and go out. She is the source Shakti, the source power or the source energy from which all of us even came, in which all of us even are in right now, and what all of us are going to merge into finally. As well, Devi Parashakti represents the relationship that each and every one of us have with Mother. And we always have Mother as a primordial relationship in our life. In fact, even before we had the idea of relationship, or we cognize even what is a relationship or what is relating, we connect with our mother first. Even in the prenatal conditions, even before we are even born in the womb itself, we are connected through the umbilical cord to the mother. And she's a first and foremost relationship that we have in this world. So she is the defining relationship for all of our other relationships or other different aspects in life. And the Vedic rishis in Sanatana Hindu Dharma recognize this, the importance of mother in our lives, and they saw that the relationship with the mother should inspire you for higher consciousness and higher ambition in life. It should awaken you to higher goals and awaken you to higher purpose in your life. And that is exactly what is the Shakta Sampradaya. The Shakta Sampradaya is the mother worship, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is himself a practitioner from the very advent of his life, from the very young age. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well has revived this program, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, in order for each and every one of us to experience oneness with the divine. In fact, Samadhi, in the word Samadhi, Adi means oneness, and Sama means Adi means source or origin, and Sama means oneness with that source. Bhava means emotion or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi together, it means attaining oneness through a certain aspect. And that is the ultimate point of this whole program, having and experiencing oneness with the divine. And if you don't know what that means, as we go through, you will have more and more deeper understandings of what is oneness and how we can experience it and how it is the one thing that will give everything in our lives. And not only that, the Bhava Samadhi program awakens the Kundalini energy. And the Kundalini energy is the latent potential energy inside of each and every one of us that is stored. And this program, the Kundalini awakening by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has shown even scientific results of a 1300% energy level increase. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shown also healing from many different kinds of chronic illnesses through extremely powerful, extremely potent healing processes and the awakening of Kundalini energy. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shown so much of real ways that you can reverse age and become younger and more fit, more enthusiastic and inspired about life. And now let us be introduced to the very person, the very being himself, who has descended on planet Earth in order for us to experience this superconscious breakthrough, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of Kailasa and happened on planet Earth on the 2nd of January 1978. Kailasa is the Hindu civilizational nation which is revived today for billions of the Hindu global diaspora across the world. And since the young age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized and even birthed by esteemed Hindu gurus and adepts in the fields of research and development in the inner world. And therefore, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revived the science of power manifestation, the lifestyle of temple, and the yoga as well. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the reviver of the 14 ancient indigenous kingdoms, including the Tonde Mandalam Adinam, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangri Samrajyam, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Adinam, the Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada and the 1008 Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the Atal Akada. Then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. Lastly, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2015 by a congregation of 1,008 Hindu leaders, esteemed Hindu leaders, who voted and elected him as the Supreme Pontiff. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized as a prolific commentator of the of various different Hindu scriptures, including the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras, the Jain Sutras, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, and many other different scriptures. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored books on these sutras as well as different topics. And that's more than 300 books in English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had these books are translated into 50 further languages and distributed across so many millions of people digitally as well as the physical copies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given more than 20,000 hours of discourses, of sessions, of darshans, and so much more, which is all available in the YouTube channel at Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as revived over 100 Sarvagna Pitas, or the Hindu ecosystems around the world and 2,500 Satsangh centers, places where people gathered in order to practice the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the 108 sampradayas, or ancient endangered lineages, including the Rudrakanyas and Rudras, the Rishis and Rishikas, the Sannyasis, the Bhairavis, and so many more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the world's largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, with satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived Sanatana Hindu Dharma despite so much of attack, and continues to work day in and day out for the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And with this, it brings us to a conclusion of this segment, an introduction to this whole program, the Devi Parashakti Akashik reading program. In the next segment, we will be starting the demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis. And we now have joining with us Ma Yogaprana, Ma Kaladara, and Ma Viraja, who are Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans, initiated Balasans by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, initiated into if you ever thought that you could see with your without the use of your biological eyes, you're about to see that happen in front of you right now. So we'll now be starting that segment in today's program, and we'll be starting right now.
Yes, thank you so much, Maniki Nithyananda, for that beautiful introduction to this segment. So, before you witness the live demonstration by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, let us learn about what are Shaktis and how we awaken these divine Shaktis in us. So, in the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these 463 extraordinary Shaktis. And Shaktis manifest from the cognition that you are the divine and you need to manifest the divine, not from the cognition that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. So these extraordinary Shaktis are manifested just with initiation by the avatar. There are actually two types of manifesting power, Shaktis and Siddhis. Siddhis is what is manifested by intense tapas or penance, and Shaktis is what manifests from deep feeling connection and oneness with the divine. And Shaktis are permanent and they are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. And they are on the path of enlightenment. And what we are going to be demonstrating to you is Shaktis, where you will be witnessing how these Shaktis manifest just with one touch, just with one initiation from the avatar.
So in today's in today's Devi Parashakti Akashik reading, you will be manifesting two extraordinary powers, which is one, the power of third eye reading, and two, the power of thought current scan. So the third eye is a browsing center, which is situated between our brows. It's a cosmic browsing center. So once it is awakened by initiation. So once you have got an initiation from the avatar, it becomes an activated, awakened browsing center where any powers that you like to manifest directly, actually just manifest just by being oneness from the avatar.
And let us first learn who is the source of all of this, who gives us all these Shaktis, and how do we manifest all these Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva, the reviver of Kailasa, which is the enlightened civilization, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. And ever since the beginning of the Hindu civilization, this knowledge, these sciences has been transmitted to all the enlightened gurus by the Guru Parampara. So Swamiji has been trained and taught to revive these sciences by the Guru Parampara. So many gurus like Mata Bibudanand Puri, Pundi Swamigal, Yogi Raj Yoganand Puri, Visari Swamigal, so many of these enlightened gurus have taught and trained Swamiji to revive these extraordinary sciences just for millions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham, and Paramashivoham. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Just with initiation. These divine Shaktis are manifested just with initiation from the avatar. Just by every ultimate truth, the jnana, being mapped in pure consciousness, prajna, manifesting as a power and a possibility of every being, prajnana. So, just with one touch, look, or
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look.
Sorry for the technical glitch. So now we'll be watching a video which explains and shows what is Diksha and how, just with one touch, Swamiji is able to transmit this experience to us.
Word or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Diksha is the direct Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, Biddi, Bengaluru.
Yes, with that beautiful video which explained what is Diksha and how we get the Diksha from the avatar, let us see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas.
So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. And the second is the Apta Pramana, the experiences of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time test and verify the science. And third is Atma Pramana, the supreme point of Hinduism's personal experience on the science of power manifestation. The last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation is the Pratyaksha Pramana.
So, let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. But before that, where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas from? From the Vedas, which is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, and they are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate eternal unchangeable truths, and any reference cited from these source scriptures or Shastras is called the Shastra Pramana. So now, let us witness an extraordinary demonstration by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have two Balasins, Manitya Kaladharananda and Manitya Virijananda. Ma Kaladhara is 15 years old and Ma Virija is 16 years old, and they will be manifesting this extraordinary Shakti of third eye for all of you. Before that, let us see the Shastra Pramanas for the power of third eye. The Shastra Pramana comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa Vishtannilitalochanaha Ramena Manasodadhyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshana. And in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna completely narrates the cosmic form of Bhagavan Krishna as he sees it through the third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. The next is the Atma Pramana, where Bhagavan Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words how he had the experience of the third eye, of the 360-degree vision.
Inside and outside broke. And outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, just become so alive. The idea something is inside
And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states using the PET, positron emission tomography. When doing the daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain of Swamiji where the third eye is located. And when in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and the rest of the brain is at peace. So let us now witness the extraordinary demonstration. I request the slides to stop being shared. I request the slides to stop being shared. So now, as all of you can see, I have two medically tested eye bands with me. In front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge, and there is no gap between the opaque sheet and the sponge, and there is no possible way of light entering in this eye band. These two eye bands are medically tested eye bands tested by one of the top 10 hospitals of India, and they are completely proven and tested that even with your eyes open in these eye bands, there is no possible way of light entering. Now I'm going to be placing both these eye bands on Ma Virija and Ma Kaladra's eyes, and you can see that there's nothing. Are both of you comfortable?
I request you to put the strap over my ears.
Now?
Yes.
So Ma Virija and Ma Kaladra are comfortable, and you can see how the eye band is completely covering their eyes. And I request all of you to go ahead, post your YouTube comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and Ma Kaladra and Ma Virija will be reading out your comments live. So please go ahead and start posting your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel.
So before both of us start reading the comment section, we'd like to show all of you that the eye band which Ma Yoga Pran put on us is completely stuck. It's completely glued to our face. So we'll turn to our right, left, up, down, and all over.
Yes. So now I request all of you to go ahead and start posting your comments. Ma Virija and Ma Kaladra are eagerly waiting to read out your comments. And all of you can go ahead and post it in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and also the SPH JGM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Also, we will be reading comments from the YouTube channel and the Facebook page. So please go ahead and post your comments in any one of these platforms, and Ma Birija and Ma Kaladra are eagerly waiting to read your comments out.
Yes, there is one comment from AINARS AVOTINS has posted Nithyanandam, and the same person has again posted IWQNTEE, a third eye solution in PR3 VIOUS Akashic reading. It was said that I am in danger. What is the danger and how to protect myself? So, Ainazaya, I request you to post this question to Devi Parashakti. She will definitely answer you, Aya, by telling you what danger you are in and how to protect yourself from it. Yes.
Yes. And I request all of you to continue posting. You saw how precisely Ma Kaladra and Ma Birija were able to read the comments posted by Ayana Zaya through the third eye with the blindfold on, with no gap being there. There's no possible way of light entering their eye band. And they are able to see and precisely read out the comments through the third eye. It is amazing. I request all of you to continue posting your comments in the SPH JGM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page and the Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam YouTube channel.
Actually, Ayana Zaya is actually comment back saying he corrected the spelling of wanted. Like in the chat, in the previous comment, he has posted WQNTEE, and he wanted to write wanted. So in the next comment, he corrected the spelling.
Yes, amazing. How she is even able to see the corrections. And if you saw, the spelling of wanted of Ayana's Aya was actually wrong. But Ma Kaladara read even that through her third eye so precisely. Amazing. And now we'll be reading the comments from Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. So, yes, Ma Kaladra, Ma Birija, you can also go ahead.
Kamaraj Param PARASURAMAN has posted hi. Vindhyachal Seth has posted Jai Gurudev Ji. This is the latest comment which has been posted just a minute ago.
Wow. So she's even able to see how much time, how long ago it was posted. She was able to read the name. She was able to read the comment. Amazing. And it's not that you're only going to be witnessing Ma Kaladara and Ma Birija manifesting these powers. Even you can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis just with one initiation from Swamiji. So now I'll be removing the eye bands of Ma Birija and Ma Kaladara. That was a beautiful demonstration. So now I'm going to remove the eye bands. You can see how there is no change in the eye band. It is completely the same.
26.
And same with this. So that was a beautiful, extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye by Ma Birija and Ma Kaladara. And please stay tuned as we have one more interesting and extraordinary power we're going to be manifesting, which is the power of body scanning for all of you. So please stay tuned and go ahead, call your family members, friends, and start posting your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel or the SPH JGM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Post your requests and comments for body scanning, and we'll be doing the body scanning for all of you with the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis. And now we'll be chanting the Pramanas. for the power of body scanning?
So, in this power of body scanning, the awakened disciples of the supreme point of Hinduism has the ability to scan and see the illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and also provide the best, easiest, and simplest solution through the awakened third eye. So now let's now get ready. Let's now um, listen to Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning. So this Shastra Pramana is taken from the Vijnana Bhaiva Tantra, Sutra 54.
स्वदेहे जगतो वापि सूक्ष्म सूक्ष्मतराणि च तत्त्वानि यानि निलयम् ध्यात्वान्ते व्यज्यते परा. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitute principles of the whole body, the Deha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi. Adi Shakti is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experience and the reference of the power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. And one day, a man suffering from a severe headache came to Agatya for healing, and Agatya scanned and revealed that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in his brain. And Agatya immediately instructs Teraya, his disciples, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And remember, this is 5,000 years ago, and Teraya successfully completes the open head surgery, and the person is completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Teraya. Next is the Atma Pramana. Swamiji beautifully shares that when he had broken his hand, he had a multiple compound hand fracture. Swamiji says, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkup related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantities in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition through the body scanning. And I found out that the problems and problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. And I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. So all these avatars, all the incarnations, their life is just a leela. As whatever they manifest in a life, it is already pre-planned. It's just a leela would say so. So Swamiti, in this beautiful leela, he manifests two powers: the power of Shishada, going beyond pain, and the power of body scanning. Scanning and being able to scan his own body and finding out what problems he had. Last is the Sakshi Pramana. You can see so many of the disciples of Swamiji, the initiated disciples, are able to manifest this extraordinary power of body scanning for all the devotees and disciples across the globe, and they have even shared their experience. So now you will be witnessing a live demonstration of the power of body scanning by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul and the Nithyananda Yogis. So please stay tuned. We'll be back right after the short break, and you are going to be witnessing this extraordinary Shakti. So go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel or the HDH JGM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Yes. So I'm back with the Balasants and the Nithyananda Yogis. Along with me, I have Maniti Mahavidyananda, Ma Soni, and Maniti Brahmayogananda, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of the power of body scanning to all of you today. So I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. Yes. Suma Sumi Murali has posted, my father is having a major surgery now. Please scan and heal him. He is weakened in fear, got consent. And please scan my neck and back body pain and solution. Yes. Suma Mahavidya, you can do the body scanning for Ma Sumi Murali's father. Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Ma Sumi Murali. Yes, and all of you can go ahead and also post in the SPH JGM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page also. We are also taking comments from there. So please go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel or the Facebook page. Yes, Mama Mahavidya, you're ready? You can go ahead.
Yes. Nityananda, Ma Sumi Murli, this is a body scanning for your father. Ma. Paramashiva is revealing that he is in pain. Yes. Please have him in his left hand. You can give him a japamal. Japamala means any bead mala of small rudrakshas. So he's continuously having that in his left hand if it is possible. And with the japamala, let him continue to chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. As Paramashiva had revealed earlier also. And also, he needs to drink little quantities of water with salt. I understand that he will be in pain when the urination happens, but Paramashiva is saying just little quantities, let him continue to drink. Okay, and preferably have him, dressed in clean white clothes if that is preferable. But this Japamala in the left hand, Swamiji is showing again and again, is very important. In the Japamala, if the Rudraksha bead is not there, any other beads, but a mala that he can continuously keep in his left hand and remember Swamiji through the Mahavakya will heal him.
Yes. And Ma Sumi Murali, this is a body scanning for your father. And don't worry, Ma. Paramashiva has scanned him. Even if he is weakened in fear, he will be completely mentally and physically healed, Ma. So don't worry about your father. I request you to get back. And Ma Soni is currently doing the body scanning for you. If you're ready, you can go ahead.
Nithyananda Ma Sumi Murli Ma. I did a body scanning for you. When much we revealed that your neck is you're having pain in your neck, it's because you're putting too much pressure on it. Very much I revealed that to put whenever your neck is hurting, put apply bhasma in that region. And for your body pain and back, very much I revealed that you are not having you don't have enough nutrition in your body, ma. So very much I revealed that you eat more and more vegetables like pumpkin, spinach.
Okay. So that was a beautiful scanning from Masumi Murali. Masumi Murali, I request you to get back in the chat section. This was a scanning for you and your father. Yes. Anybody else wants a body scanning? Please do post a message in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And also the HDH JGM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Yes. Ma Mahavidya, why don't you go ahead and share how you manifest this power of body scanning?
Okay. So all powers really are through the initiation of Swamiji. Immediately when there is a question asked or when there is a request for body scanning, all I do is just close my eyes, connect to Swamiji and ask a simple question of what it is to be revealed to them. What it is that is going to heal them, what answers and what solution needs to be given. And immediately through the third eye, Swamiji reveals whatever it is that has to be told. Often it is the person itself, and I see the person, I see what they are doing, I see their lifestyle habits, I see how they are moving, what their life is, and what their day is like, and I'm also shown what they need to change and why something is happening to them, and what is the cause, and what they need to do to improve it. So the answer to why and how body scanning happens, there is only that it is a direct initiation of Swamiji that allows me to connect to Swamiji, through whom he reveals to me what is the solution. That's all.
Wow, a very beautiful sharing. And yes, anybody else wants a body scanning? You can request in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel or the SPH JGM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and we'll be doing a body scanning for you. Yes, and all of you might be wondering what is the difference between a body scanning and by getting. Okay, so Ma Murali has posted, thank you, Ma. But father is in hospital now. I told him to do Mahavakya. I'll tell my sister to get one mala to him. Yes, Ma. Just follow the solution which Paramashiva gave. He will be completely healed. And please do remember, Paramashiva also suggested him to drink a little bit of water with salt also. And yes, and he will be completely healed. Okay. And the difference between getting a body scanning and by getting a checkup by the doctor done is that the third eye reveals the root cause of the problem, why the problem has started in your body. That is the one thing which a doctor cannot reveal. He can reveal that you have this problem, that problem, and he can give a medicine. But he will never be able to find out the root cause of the problem. Why? Because the root cause is always related to some incompletion, something in your childhood or past life, or something you're holding on to. Any body problem, like if you have skin problems, it is related to mother. If you have stomach cramps, it is related to mother incompletion. If you have shoulder pain, it is related to you not being able to take up responsibility, you feeling too overwhelmed. So every body problem you have, cancer is related to self-hatred. So every problem you have is related to some other incompletion you have with yourself. The third eye will reveal the root cause. There are so many times people got the scanning and Paramashiva revealed all you have to do is complete with your SDHT, self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. All you have to do is complete with it and you will be healed. Everyone, that the person will be confused and puzzled. What are you saying? But then they will realize that if they attend to the root cause of the problem, which is their SDHT, which is the cause of the problem they're having in their body, they get completely healed. Because Just like a weed plant. If you don't uproot the weed plant and you continue cutting its branches, the weed plant is only going to grow bigger and bigger. Only when you uproot the plant completely will it stop growing. Just like that, only when you uproot the root cause of the problem will you be completely healed. So, Ma Murali, this is also for you, Ma. Please tell your father to complete with the HDHD. Cancer, any cancer is also related to self-hatred. So please tell him to also just do the completion also. And Ayana's Aya has posted, I wanted a body scanning for my bedridden aunt Gunta Avotina. She can't walk, she is extremely overweight and has rheumatoid arthritis. Please do third eye healing and give her solution. I have her consent for all healings, etc. How to help her? She is in a quite helpless and negative mood due to her condition. Yes. So, Ma Brahma Yoga, you can do the body scanning for Ma Ayana, sorry, Ayana's Aya's aunt, Ma Gunta Avutina.
Yes. Yeah, for your aunt, basically her arthritis is coming from what Paramashiva is showing is coming from a lot of oxygen that is stuck in her various muscle joints and body joints. So what she needs to do for immediate healing is, if you have asthma, which is Vibhuti, please apply that on the joint area wherever she feels there is pain. Anytime there is pain, there is no number and limit on how many times this has to be done. Anytime she feels pain, please make sure that she is applying it and it will start healing her. Another thing that she needs to do is take some oil, any coconut oil will work, warm it little bit, okay? And warm means not like hot, just warm, so it's more than more than room temperature, and apply that also. This can be done not when she is in pain or something, but during the rest of the day, just as she's doing a small little massage or wherever the joints are hurting. Okay, and tell her Aya to start doing how much ever she can. How much she can, doesn't need to stretch, but how much ever she can, she needs to start doing a little bit of yoga and start healing her. The Prathama Vinyasa Krama, which is a very special sequence that is given by Swamiji, is available on YouTube. It's guided. The video is guided version is there on YouTube. You can follow that. Let her do how much ever she can. A few times a day, 2 times, 3 times. Then she's sitting 10 minutes, 11 minutes, and doesn't have to be a full 42-minute cycle. Let her do 5 minutes, 11 minutes, 21 minutes. How much ever she can. And this will help her heal her very immediately. More of walking in the day, just inside her room, inside her house also will start to heal her, and she will feel a lot of difference within a couple of days.
Yes. And Ayana, just one more thing which Paramashiva just revealed to me is that your aunt also has a lot of heat in her body. So please tell her to put a wet cloth on her stomach and head before sleeping, and she will be completely fine. Okay. And with this, we thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation segment. We have many more interesting upcoming segments, like the segment where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, and much, much more. So we have the next acharyas waiting for us. So we thank all of you for joining us. Please stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break, where the next segment where you will be learning about Devi Parashakti will start. Thank you, Nithyananda. Yes, Nityanandam everyone. So now we will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti and what is divine feminine consciousness. So we will be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama. So I will be chanting it now. सिन्दूरारुणविग्रहां त्रिनयनां माणिक्यमौलिस्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीं पीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नकटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation of this verse says, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling in a red lotus. And then there's another verse, also from the Lalita Sahasranama, which also speaks about the beauty of Devi Parashakti. Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadibhiravritam ayukaihi rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavanim. And this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the nose, the wood, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for rays, and she is the self within me. And Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. It is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, and source power from which all of us came, which all of us are in even now, and which all of us are going to merge into. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Himkara, filled as Parashorasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swami who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashorasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manoanmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here, to give good boon to everyone and to bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashorasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas beyond 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can be just a paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And once you offer that to Devi, and after the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, beet leaf, and betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins which you collect, you can send it to the LA temple. And some of you might be wondering how this betel leaf and betel nut will benefit you. This betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can also see how you can set up your tambulam. You can set up the 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and the coin. You can set all of these up in a plate and keep it in front of your screen. And as additional items, you can also add a coconut, red bangles, and some flowers, and some kumkum. But the few basic items is the betel leaf, betel nut, banana, and the coin. So you can arrange all of this in a plate and keep it in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And now with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment. And we will be moving on to further segments where we will be learning more about Devi Parashakti and what she has revealed for the humanity.
So please stay tuned and we'll be back after a really short break.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to viewers. Now we will be entering into this next segment where we will be understanding some of Devi Parashakti's revelations made for humanity during this Pralaya. So let us enter into this segment and understand a little bit more deeply how we can take heed to Devi's revelation. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. We can move to the next slide, please, Ma. We can go on to the next slide. Yes, we can continue on. So humanity is still undergoing the after effects of this cosmic deluge, this Pralaya. Thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with record numbers of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective psyche, leading to an increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues. So what has caused this? Who is behind all of this? How could we have avoided this? What is the solution? In this segment, let us go through a scientific and statistical understanding of Devi Parashakti's revelations on the cause and the solution for this problem. We can see how the world has been affected by this pandemic, with over the deaths, which have crossed over 4 million now, and the number of cases have crossed 175 million, with the worst countries affected by this pandemic being US, India, and Brazil. And the number of COVID cases within India alone has been 29 million. And the number of deaths due to COVID have crossed well over 370,000 people. And the number of people who have fallen into poverty since the beginning of the pandemic is around 75 million. And these numbers are considered to be severely underreported. The actual numbers could be much higher than what we are seeing here. And not only has the pandemic been affecting the physical health of the Indian population, but even the mental health of the Indian population. India is considered to be the 6th most depressed country, with rates of suicide and depression rapidly rising. 6.5% of the population is suffering from some form of mental illness, and it has a suicide rate of 10.9% for every 1 lakh people. 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. And the suicide is one of the biggest causes of death in the age group of 15 to 24. And the average suicide rate in India is 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. And India has not only been affected by the pandemic, but even natural disasters such as the cyclone and other various natural disasters across the country. And of course, the risk of the third wave has been a serious cause for concern across the country. Within the next coming weeks, we could see what is the third wave within India. So how could all of this have been prevented? How could we have avoided this situation? Let us understand a little bit more. Let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations made on the 31st of May, 2021. I don't think the audio is being shared.
The ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. 2022 வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Let us understand the translation for Paramashivoham's revelation. For this huge Kirmi Bhojanam held not to come to India. In 2020 itself, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas. Through my son Swamiji, they chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. So let us now understand, go back to 2017, when the Supreme Court revealed the vision for the Padayatra is to be taken place in 2020.
In 2020, planning for a full year, I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, You can only have darshan and arti, the camphor arti. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 abhishekam is going to happen, 12 kala abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year, Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in 2nd month, 3rd month, all that is detailed way carved, it is there. Which scanning machine was there in those days other than the third eye? Very detailed, carvings are there. Even Srirangam temple, the whole carving is there. Srirangam temple gives a week by week the whole picture of male baby and female baby. Any of you have seen that? Srirangam Rangaraja Mandapam, it very clearly portrays.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
There will be one Rangaranga Gopuram. In that next to Rangaranga Gopuram, there is a Rangaraja Mandapam. We have already collected some.
You can pause the video. Slide.
Be displayed in this.
So we've listened to the Supreme Master's vision for the Padayatra that he revealed in 2017 itself, and with such a vast vision to attend to people where they are, to let people see the Supreme Master of Hinduism where they are, to physically go and meet them and give them solutions for every problem, whether it's mental problem, physical problem, emotional problem, whatever the problem may be. The Supreme Master was ready to attend to every person's problem. And this whole Padayatra would be like the scene of the Buddhism spreading and would be reviving Hinduism. And the Supreme Master of Hinduism has been enriching and preparing humanity for this Padayatra since the age of 10 to save them from this Padayatra. contemplative Buddhism has been enriching and initiating people into the science of enlightenment through these powerful discourses, initiations, and questions. And in the next few slides, we will see the various examples, just a few examples of the various programs that the Supreme Concept Buddhism has been conducting since the early 2000s. Here we can see a program conducted in Chennai, Tamil Nadu in 2005, where thousands of people were gathered to receive the blessings of the Supreme Concept Buddhism. And here again in Tamil Nadu in 2005, the Supreme Concept has been blessing and initiating thousands of people. Again in the Rasipur, Tamil Nadu, thousands of people have been initiated and blessed by the Supreme Concept in 2005. In 2005, in Namakkal, Tamil Nadu, we see the conducting a mass satsang for the people of Tamil Nadu. In Salem, Tamil Nadu, the Nithyananda program conducted in 2005, November 2005. Nithyananda program conducted in City, Bangalore. And the Jayanti, the birth star celebration conducted in Tamil Nadu, in Tirunelveli, the birthplace of the Supreme Concept. You can see how many thousands of people have gathered to attend. And the Jayanti celebration, the Adhikar just like the Supreme Concept. And again, in Tirunelveli, the celebrations for Jayanti. And the Nithyananda program conducted in Chennai, Tamil Nadu in 2006. And the Guru Purnima celebrations in Adhikar in 2006. You can just see the various programs that the Supreme Concept Buddhism has been conducting at the Honest Living program. And various programs of the Ananda program. The different programs that the Supreme Concept Buddhism has been conducting to reach people where they are, to initiate them and bless them, and to prepare them for this Valaya. Initiating them into the science of enlightenment, and to give them the superconscious breakthrough, to bring them to the superconscious breakthrough, the Saptayaga program, which was a homa conducted directly by the Supreme Conscious, a series of homas, and along with the Supreme Conscious, 1,008 other people conducted this massive homa. Photos from where the Supreme Conscious conducting the homa and guiding 1,000 other people to conduct the same homa. See that in the various photos in the next coming slide. Yes, more photos of the Nithyananda program conducted. Did we? Again, Nithyananda program conducted. And you can see in each photo how many thousands of people were in attendance, how many thousands of people were eagerly waiting to receive the kind of enlightenment. However, the anti-Hindu elements have made it nearly impossible for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to do the re-energizing process by driving the Supreme Concept of Hinduism out of India. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelation on what is the solution for this.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And the translation for Devi's revelation are that the only solution for this pandemic in India to end is for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to be received back in India as the Supreme Concept of Hinduism with great reverence and respect, and for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to conduct the Pali-yatra again and to do the re-energizing process within the 12 Jyotirlingas. That is the only way for us to see the end of this millennium. And as we look around with so much of destruction, chaos, and suffering, we can see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization have forewarned as the Kali Yuga. And here is the reference from the Kurma Purana of the Kali Yuga, where sage Vyasa reveals that the Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. So let us look at the translation of this verse. This Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashrams. In fact, many men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And here is another reference in the Gautama Purana where it states that the Lord Rudra, Paramashivoham himself, is the avatar for the Kali Yuga. And the translation for this verse is, Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata, the Lord for Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dwapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity is the avatar of Lord Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashiva himself. And out of his deepest compassion, the supreme concept of Hinduism, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form on the 2nd of January 1978 to protect humanity from this great. So if the supreme concept of Hinduism, if Paramashiva himself had waited just one more year, it would have been too late. 1979 would have been too late. Let us listen to this in supreme concept of Hinduism.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same science. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax. Before it was going to be put off, have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
Yes, the Avatar's advent on planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge, to bring to the new age, to bring humanity to the Satya Yuga and live the super conscious life. So let us listen to Devi Parashara's revelation about this.
ஓம் ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம், நித்யயுகம் சத்யயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
So let us understand the translation. People of the world, listen, Kali Yuga has matured over, and time has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great Pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. I, in the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come. I will make Nitya Yuga happen. Nitya Yuga will for this huge hell Kidney Bhojanam not to have come to India in 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. And in order to prepare for this yatra, the avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Concept of Hindus has begun enriching people one person at a time with the truth from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. And even at the age of 14, 15, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism classmates remember the yatra that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Guriyati, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and a huge pilgrimage site. And when Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 19 years old, at the Ramakrishna Math, he led the monks of the Ramakrishna Math from the Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage trip experience. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people, and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Paramashivam, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December 1990. And here you can see the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurating the first Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu, in South India, on the 14th of April 2001. And in 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from all backgrounds. And with this Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's intensity and dedication to people, even among crowds of thousands who do not speak English, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's voice resonated deeply, and his presence moved each one to tears. And here you can see the photos of the devotees in Brazil and Guadalupe who had gathered the thousands of people to listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led the devotees and disciples to the Himalayan Yatra, where he initiated them into the Enlightenment and delivered the superconscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls, not to just the physical spiritual sites, but even supernal. And in 2006, the body yatras were taken to the next level with the Kodigan Mela Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari deities that were taken into the city. So you can see a short clip of the Kodika Nithyananda conducted in 2006. And the Kodika Nithyananda culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the Garma Mandir. And here, the deities were energized as Achyavataras to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti and to create the Adi Kailasa Vignavita as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming Pralaya. And in the next few slides, we will see some of the various enlightenment ecosystems established for the sake of protecting humanity from Pralaya. Here you can see the Kailasa in Hyderabad, the Kailasa in Tiruchendur, and the Adi Kailasa that spiritual energy centers were created to save India from this great cosmic deluge. In the Anandalingam in the Ganges River was energized by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to protect anyone who bathed in the waters from the deadly COVID-19. In 2008 itself, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism created this Anandalingam, or the short clip of
जनमस्सहस्राक्षाय च चतुर्धन्वने जनमो गिरिशाय विष्टाय जनमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते जनमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय जनमो बृहते च वर्षीयते जनमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने जनमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय जनम आशवे च जिराय च नम शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो च घन्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्वोप्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शुधिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे च वेजायधिने च नमस्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शंगाय च वशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शंकराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय च
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodika Nithyananda that garnered international attention, creating a movement where lakhs of Hindus were once again embracing Hinduism. We can just watch a very short clip.
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனோ நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவாயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
So wherever the avatars each have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of superconsciousness have been sown. And here you can see the various enlightenment ecosystems established by the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism for bringing the superconscious race to retrieve humanity and to save them from Australia. And the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism has created hundreds of ecosystems, enlightenment ecosystems, and within India, the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism has opened up all of the Kailasa for the sake of this pandemic, for protecting humanity during this pandemic, this pralaya. So if you are interested in protecting yourself and having multi-layered quarantine to protect yourself and your family, you can avail this opportunity by visiting kailasa.org/Kailasa care to take heed to Devi Parashakti's revelation and the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism's revelations and guidance, and protect yourself. The only priority for this year is to keep yourself alive. Do not take this light. With this, we will be concluding this segment and entering into the next segment, where we will be understanding some of Devi Parashakti's revelations made for humanity. We will be understanding some of the offerings that we can make for Devi Parashakti and how we can connect with Devi Parashakti much more deeply. After receiving so many blessings, boons, and guidance, how can we show our gratitude for Devi? We can do this through the various offerings that we can make to Devi. So we will be right back after a very quick break. Actually, we can start the slides, sharing the slides for offerings made to Devi Parashakti. We can enter into the segment and understand some of the ways we can connect with Devi and how we can receive her blessings and what exactly we can do to receive those blessings. Now we can start the slide share for the offerings that to Devi Parashakti. So let us look at some of the offerings that we can make.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Now let us enter into the next segment of this program, the significance and the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. And we'll be understanding in a wholesome way how these offerings are made, what is the significance of the offerings, what is the significance of every single different layer, and even some of the scriptural references of each and every one of these offerings. It is a pure science made for the whole world to enjoy and to experience Paramashivoham, experience oneness with Paramashiva and Parashakti. And this science of offerings has deeply rooted reasons, causes, and why each and every aspect is the way that it is. So in this segment, we'll be understanding all of those. We'll be chanting and remembering Devi Parashakti. We'll be sharing some of the beautiful stories, the Leelas of Devi Parashakti, and what really is the context behind these offerings. And out of the gratitude for us to offer these beautiful offerings, we will be making, we will be sharing with you all, and really going into all the different ways that offerings are truly a beautiful part of the Hindu tradition. So as many of you know, in the Hindu tradition, whether it is our birthdays or our anniversaries, if we're getting a new car or a new home, or if we're starting a business endeavor, or if we're starting school for the first time also, whatever it is, we always invite God. We always offer to God first. God is the first one on our minds to offer our gratitude, and then request the guidance to proceed further in our lives, proceed further, and whatever it is, ask for guidance, protection, prayers, and whatever it is that might help us as we go further in our lives. And we deeply, devotionally, and humbly offer our respect and offer our love to God in the Hindu tradition. And just in that way, many of these offerings you will see, you can offer for these special occasions in your life. You can, in order to ultimately please Devi, in order to have that beautiful connection with Devi Parashakti, that feeling connection, and ultimately which leads to the oneness experience with Devi Parashakti. So now, the significance of this offering, as you can see, is the giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, and that is giving and accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Yes, and before going into the segment, I'll now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti, remembering her, and then proceed for the all of the different different offerings that we have, the more significances, the context, and the rest of the pramanas, the scriptural references as well. So let me now chant the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. This is from the Moolagama, and it's the Manonmani Dhyanam. Actually, Manonmani is the form of Devi Parashakti who is sitting on the very lap of Paramashiva. So let us remember her and deeply imbibe her state. Hindu nivabeda karavahinayanam syat pankajavara japakshasarayuktam Angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojjvala manonmani swarupam. The English translation. Each and every one of these chants have such deep significance, and they have a greater and higher context behind them. And just by listening to them, imbibing them deeply with the space of unclutching and the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you will see that the very meaning and the significance, the context, that very space even is absorbed by you, and you simply start radiating it. Yes, and the This Dhyana Shloka English translation is what I'll be chanting now. Moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands. One hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And we'll now be chanting the next Dhyana Shloka. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणविभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामात्रधात्रीं शुभाम्. And the English translation again. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus embracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and other many gods, and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes, having invoked and invited the presence of Devi Parashakti herself now, let us go into the significance of the divine element gold. You'll see that many of these offerings are offerings in gold. And in our day and age, in our society, we do have a beautiful significance for gold, and we do place value on it. We see it as the most precious metal on planet Earth. We have so much of economic value on it. And when we offer gifts in gold to our loved ones, maybe on Mother's Day, or to our loved ones, our spouses or our significant others, when we offer the gifts in gold, we place value in that relationship based on how much the gold is, or how unique the gold is, or how valuable that gold is, and if at all it is gold as well. So it is a way that we do place value in things. However, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we didn't see it just as an economic value or with a superficial way. We saw literally the element gold for its divine properties, its sacred qualities. It has the property to be able to purify anything it touches. And here in the Atharva Veda, we have the exact verse where it, and this Atharva Veda is one of the oldest scriptures known to humankind. And here it really shows us the significance of the element gold. It says, triply born by birth is this gold, from atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, and one fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One day called the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. And as I was saying, gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. And it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who operates in its vicinity. Yes, and that is why in the Hindu civilization, gold is present in all of the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, Smritis, and Itihasas, and Puranas. In Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies the very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold and exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a fee. And gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. And horses and cows were always dressed in gold. And horses and cows, as we know, elephants, all the different animals, the sentient beings, were recognized and worshipped as well as the embodiments of pure consciousness. and literally worshipped. And that is why they were decked, adorned, and decorated as well in gold, the most sacred of the elements. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River, for example, was the Hiranyamaya, or the river of gold, in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. So in this way, gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And in the Vedic civilization, temples were constructed and paved in gold, deities were made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. And because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. So now let us proceed into the beautiful array of offerings that we have today. And you'll be able to see all the different offerings you can do. The first offering here is the Ihundi offering. And this is the offering where Devi Parashakti is literally accepting any and every devotion, any amount of devotion that you have in that you want to offer, that you have, and that you surrender at the feet of Devi Parashakti. So let me now chant the verse from the Lalita Sahasranama, which is a reference for this Ihundi offering. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradya Sharvani Sharmadaini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. Yes. So the Ihundi offering is a beautiful way that you can offer any amount that you wish. It's a general donation. And if you have any fears, if there's any fears in the minds of devotees, Devi Parashakti is sure to remove that fear. So you can offer this Ihundi offering. And at the end of this segment, we'll be going through how to make this offering and what is the process and so forth. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Yes, the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. And in this offering, you'll be able to literally see how how literally whatever you're praying for, whatever you are manifesting, all of that is coming true. And the Sankalpa is a very powerful Hindu tradition, which is literally the chant for that in every Hindu ritual is chanted before they proceed with the ritual, and also is chanted every single day as well. In the Hindu tradition, there's so much of beautiful ways that you can offer and you can have and manifest what you want into reality. So through this Sankalpa, when it is chanted, it has embedded within its lines so many different beautiful offerings, beautiful prayers for the ultimate knowledge, health, wealth, going beyond fear, going beyond lust or greed. Everything is there with you. So just chanting this has so much of power. So you can offer this Sankalpa chanting. Again, it's a very easy offering. And again, you can go wait until the end of this segment. Stay tuned and we'll be going over how you can make these payments today. So now let's go on to the next offering. There seems to be a technical glitch. If I can request the slide share to start again, just stop and start again. If I can request the slide share to stop and start again. There seems to be a technical glitch. Sorry for the technical glitch. If I can request the slideshare to stop and start again. And while we get this sorted out, I invite all of the viewers to, you can make sure that you are following and subscribing in all the different various social media platforms as well. Yes, we can just project these slides again. If I can request, if you can stop the share and then share again. Sorry, there seems to be a technical glitch. Yes. So while we are fixing that, apologies to all the viewers for the technical difficulties on our side. Now, I request each and every one of the viewers to go ahead and like and follow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the official channels. For Kailasa, you'll be able to see the official channels right in the right-hand side of your screen, the left-hand side of your screen, and all the official channels where you can even ask your questions today if you'd like. And we can, while we get the slideshare started again, and we proceed with the various different offerings that we have. One of the different options that you'll have is to make a donation through the e-hundi or the YouTube super chat. And this is a very quick and beautiful feature, a part of YouTube, which is a very easy way for you to make a donation. And all you have to do is first be a member of our YouTube channel. And there's so many different ways that you can be a member of the YouTube channel. There's so many different benefits that you'll be able to have with more than 7,000 videos and cumulative of 20,000 hours of the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the different discourses, different sessions, dikshas, so much that it would be available for you. And even, of course, the notifications as soon as the live events are broadcasted, so you won't miss any live events as well. Okay, can we start this share again with the same slide? Can we try again with the slides, please? The next offering that we have is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And this offering is a beautiful offering where you can literally offer a gold coin with the 108 names inscribed, 1008 names of Devi Parashakti inscribed. And this is a beautiful ode and tribute to Devi Parashakti, who is the very embodiment, who is named as Nama Parayana Prita, she who she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is from the Lalita Sahasranamam verse 734. And this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And it's a very special offering, an archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer the gold coin inscribed with each and every one of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next slide, please. Yes. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And it's such a beautiful offering. If you know that your mother is so fond of pearls, and she might not admit it, but in her heart, she really loves pearls, then just to please her and to show her you love her, to put a smile on her face, you'll go out and you'll get a pearl set for her. And in this very way, with the same sentiment, you can offer the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Devi Parashakti, who literally conquered all the 8 directions, the 56 deshas, she's the one who is described being, she is described of having adoring all the pearls. So I'll just be chanting the verse where Devi Parashakti is described in the Meenakshi Pancharatnam for being adorned with pearls. Muktaharanala satkirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Shinjannu puri kinkini manidaram padma prabhabasuram Sarvavita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim panatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. And the English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like the moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The next slide, please. So you can offer this Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, for Devi Meenakshi, and you will literally experience the same kind of beautiful state, space, being, and powers of Devi Meenakshi, who literally manifested Kailasa on planet Earth and ruled as the sovereign queen of Madurai. And you will be able to have all the blessings to manifest that same power, that same high ambition in all of your endeavors. The next slide, please. Yes, and the next slide is the golden lotus. All the kalasas should be, see, in the Kamikagama, there's a beautiful verse where it says that all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. The next slide, please. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for gold and for the golden lotus and for lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. In fact, it's not just the lotus flower, but also the lotus leaves, the stem, the pericarp. Everything is used in the worship of Paramashiva. And there's so many different references, including in the mudras, the asanas, everything has different associations and symbolic association with the lotus. That is because the lotus is considered as a divine flower. Because no matter if it is the polluted waters or in pond waters, the lotus always has that divine elegance, the beauty, radiance, and resilience that is associated with it. And that is the way that lotus is considered as a divine flower. No matter what, in any adverse situation, it still has that divine quality. So in the same way, Devi Parashakti is described to be in any situation having and radiating the state and space and powers of Devi. And in fact, even the Shakti of Paramashiva is called as the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as the lotus. So you can offer this lotus in any size which you wish, and and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers of Devi Parashakti in your inner space in any and every adverse situation in your life. Yes, and the next offering is the Swarna Metti, the golden toe ring. And this toe ring, this piece of jewelry has references in so many different Devi scriptures, and is actually very unique to Hinduism. Even though in popular culture, this jewelry is very much known and used nowadays, but it has a root in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The toe ring is adorning the toes of Devi Parashakti, which is described in the Saundarya Lahari to be so powerful that you can literally experience enlightenment itself just through the grace of her toenails. And I'll just be chanting that verse right now. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita sururuham. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The next slide, please. Yes, you can offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings and even in the most difficult aspects of your life. Yes, the next slide, please. The next offering is Swarna Mangtika. And the Swarna Mangtika is referenced from the Lalita Sahasranama as well, where Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, she who makes the nectar flow in all of nerves from the Sahasrara. She who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. And you can offer this Mangtika to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti and achieve the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. Yes, and this next offering is the Pratyakshapada Puja. This is another offering, an elaborate ritual that's very precious at the feet of Devi Parashakti, at the feet of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. The Pada Puja actually has so many different references in whether it is the Guru Gita, the Guru Paduka, Stotram, how the Guru's feet have so much of significance. And in this very offering, you're offering the Pratyakshapada Puja to the feet of the Nijavatara, who is the Guru and who is manifesting Devi Parashakti. So as literally Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa, you are worshipping all of the gods and goddesses through the form of the Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This Pratyakshapada Puja is extremely powerful, and you can manifest anything that you want through this Pratyakshapada Puja. The next offering we have here is the Vastra Seva. You can offer this Vastra Seva as well. This will give you any of the protection that you want, any of the guidance that you want, and the auspicious blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes, we can go on. Yes, and now you can see a summary of all of the offerings here in the table. We have the Ihundi offering, which you can make again for any amount. It's just a general donation that you can do. The Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kastu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyakshapada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So all of these are available for you today to offer, and as you can see, it's an array of offerings. If you feel that one thing is not available or is not right for you, then you can go with another option. There are several different options, so you can offer your gratitude in some way or form today. So in this, the next steps, in the registration form, there are 2 options. Either you might be ready to make the offering today, or you have the intention to offer. So if you have the intention to offer, you might be interested in offering, you might need help in manifesting these offerings, or you want more details, you can go to the registration form and fill it out at tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi. And if you're ready for making a payment, you can go to tiny.cc/devi-offerings and you can fill out the payment form. This is a very brief payment form if you're used to online shopping, if you've done it before, as many of us are doing right now during the pandemic and during the global situation as on now. It's a very simple 3-step process, and you're just going to be able to fill out your payment details, and then you'll be set and ready to go. And after you fill out your payment, and after your payment is accepted, you need to immediately fill out the Sankalpa 2021 form. This form is extremely necessary as it allows the pujacharyas to chant your name during the offering, and you will need to fill out this form, and all of your names and your family's names will be chanted during the puja. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. We also have another option here, which is the YouTube super chat. So you can offer the e-hundi offering as well with the YouTube super chat. And not only that, you will be able to make any kind of donation that you want in a few simple steps. So now we will be coming to a conclusion of this segment and moving on to the next segment, where the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham will be sharing with us about the various different contributions of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, especially now. They'll be giving us the latest updates from the multi-layer quarantine center, which Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham is right now. So yes, we have a representative from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, Madhayami Swami, joining us, and we'll be moving on to the next segment.
Nithyanandam, thank you very much.
What do you mean by the word Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to this segment of Adi Kailasaship. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. So on 5th May 2021, the Akashic readings by Devi Parashakti revealed and the cosmic truths of the Akashic readings and how the state of the world, the reports are exactly the same. So let us understand this. So on Revelations to the World by Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021, that Devi revealed that not only people dying in crores due to the pandemic, the financial and mental retardedness, you will also see the minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. O people, do the job of saving your life as the first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva, Paramporal, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva. Live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all of those in the universe, not only human beings. As even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam, and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear. Bliss is there. Do not have worry. I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam, and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samaya Puratu Kannatal who comes and helps at the right time. Now let us read the revelations, what Devi revealed on the mental health issues on Devi on 5th June 2021 and media article confirming the same on 6th June 2021. The psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients, a study posted on June 6th that according to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression, anxiety are also showing to be the common in those who have contacted COVID-19, even in mild cases. The BNC psychology, the revelations about the mental health issues by Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021 and media article confirming the same on 8th June 2021. By the BMC Psychology, an article published on 8th June, Impact of COVID-19 on the Mental Health of US College Students. The result shows on this article that our results indicate that students closer to graduating faced increased anxiety, about 60.8%, feeling of loneliness about 54.1%, and depression about 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of loved ones. Most impacted their mental health issues about 20%, and the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans, that is 31.8%. Almost one half of students took the exercising and other psychiatric treatments. Now, the revelations about mental health issues by Devi on 5th June 2021 and the research confirming the same on 10th June 2021 by Lauren Lumpkin, researchers at the Dartmouth College. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar, researchers say. The researchers at Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, says stress levels are their highest. The Psychology Today coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. How this pandemic will result in trauma responses. An article on psychologytoday.com, it says that much has been said about the mental Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in is the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of assessment. What it was in 2029, what it was, and in 2027, what it expected to raise the global post-traumatic stress disorder PTSD therapeutic market, it says 11.91% growth, which is very concerning. The next, the revelations on the world by the Devi Parashakti and the CNN reports that the coronavirus pandemic's impact on global mental health is already extremely concerning, the UN says. According to the CNN report, that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom says that in a news release last Tuesday. The CNN Health says that coronavirus pandemic's impact on global mental health is already extremely concerning. UN says it is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of a response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros said. One of the treatment is yoga. Yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, and self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress and self-regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with innate coping strategies for responding to stress. But sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response. The body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to relax, rest. Yoga can help bring out our parasympathetic response back online and allow us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep, mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self-regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self-care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions, with benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of traditional treatment approaches. The revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti and the reports on various news articles that Psychology Today states that when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well being, even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Now, let us see the revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive, life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say that I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a Guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just see all over the world. All the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say that he revealed that let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, the mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much. Just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed in one of the Satsangh that, in his own words, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa in 3 levels. One, devotees in their own homes. Second, Kailasa inside the Sangha physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously for quarantine lifestyle. for being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place, doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking the bay leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, trifala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself. Build your body. Don't bother about your business or any other profit or and anything else. This year, if you're alive, that is the greatest profit. Now let us understand the revival of the temple sciences and ecosystems by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa's enlightened civilization presents. So across the world, especially in India, the famous temples have been shut down for the rise in the COVID-19 cases. Amidst the rising the COVID-19 cases in Maharashtra, the Siddhi Sai Baba temple, Siddhi Sai Baba and Mumbai Siddhi Vinayak temple will remain shut down for devotees till further orders. The Sai Baba temple will remain closed for devotees from the till further orders. The said Ravindra Thakur and the officiating chief executive officer, Sri Sai Baba Samsthan Trust. The Siddhi temple administration the Siddhi temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of coronavirus. The famous Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for devotees, keeping in view of the surge of COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri. The authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town recently. The famous temple is closed for devotees since May 5th to as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. All religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar as city records the highest daily COVID surge. With the Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases, the local municipal authorities recently declared closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees from Wednesday till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, major Mathura temples ban entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. The two major temples of the Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, recently banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. Gujarat Somnath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. In view of the surge in the COVID-19 infections, the Somnath Temple Trust has announced that the temple will remain shut for devotees from April 11 for an indefinite period. On the other hand, in South India, the Tamil Nadu, one of the Chola era temple murtis beheaded. The murtis of the Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasa temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kuluchunga Chola II. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state few days ago. So, having understand the condition of the temples, the famous temples been shut down, and now in the times of COVID-19 is rampant, the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease. The devotees of these temples were visiting and having a darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. at all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let us understand the basics of why deity worship with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let us understand the basics of why revival of the temple ecosystems, and first of all, why deity worship. Let us understand in Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that please understand deities are not mere idols, they are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. When a divine is present before him in a form that he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra, meaning a place where the enlightenment, the high frequency vibration is available continuously, is a kshetra. The deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though they are no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. We mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture and deity worship, where people are made to look in. There is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya is the truth of the oneness. Experiencing the truth of oneness with the divine is going to happen, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The divine has infinite auspicious qualities. Ananta Kalyana Guna, we say in Sanskrit, meaning the infinite qualities that divine has. Whenever a devotee calls fervently, prayed to save, to protect him, or when the whole universe is at stake and the verge of destruction, the divine manifests to save. What the divine to manifest in a specific form to save the specific devotee or to save the world, that specific auspicious quality we that becomes an independent intelligence and independent deity, we worship that auspicious quality of the divine. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya was destined to die at the age of 16. When knowing this truth, his parents was very stuck in the deep sorrow. So Markandeya decided to remove the sorrow of his parents, and intensely, as by birth, he intensely connected to Paramashiva and prayed him, worshipped him from birth. So when the time of death came, the Lord Yama, which also known as Kala, he came to take the life of Markandeya. But Markandeya hugged the Paramashiva Linga and intensely connected with him and prayed him to save his life. And Paramashiva manifested himself along with Devi and told Yama to leave him. And he said, I am the not only he saved the life of Markandeya, he gave the boon of the Amaratva and Markandeya, and he told to write the scriptures of the remove the fear of death. So Markandeya compiled the Mahamrutyunjaya mantra. So there's so much, many books he has written. So with the form that Paramashiva appeared to save Markandeya is we worship him Kala Kala. That auspicious quality is Kala Kala, and we connect with him and remove that fear of death. Same way, Paramashiva danced in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. That action becomes Nataraja. So, same way he danced in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. And Vishnu's the cosmic dancer Paramashiva danced in ecstasy and performed the Panchakrityas. That means the Panchakrityas are the creation, maintenance or sustenance, rejuvenation, and the pulling out of delusion and giving us the liberation. The Panchakrityas Paramashiva performs so casually as a cosmic dancer. That form of Paramashiva as Nataraja, the king of the dancer, Nataraja. We connect with Nataraja, and so easy to connect with the Nataraja and get the whatever we want. We can get the boons by connecting with that Nataraja. Mahavishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Same way, Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the universe becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, as we just saw this, a couple of examples, Kala Kala, Nataraja. So when you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with the rites. Intensely, those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So, having understand the importance of the ecosystems, temple ecosystems, for the current pandemic that is taking the toll of the majority of the people on their psychologically, physically, mentally, devastating the whole world, and the Supreme Pontiff of reviving the temple ecosystems, which is a crucial for the each individual's well-being, both in all levels, physically, mentally, psychologically, in all levels. So now, how the Supreme Pontiff of reviving these temple ecosystems with the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's understand more about this. As not only he's reviving the temples, and in these de facto spiritual embassies, the Annadan happens continuously. Not the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has not started this after he come to the public life, but his very upbringing itself, he learned the need for the Annadana, the giving the free food to one and all. Let us understand what is the need, what is the situation across the world that is happening due to the pandemic, the severe, alarming situation of the hunger. The COVID-19, let us see some of these case studies. The COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated the existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening food insecurity. And you can see the COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into the category of food insecure over and above the 820 million who were classified into such by the 2019 State of Food Insecurity in the World report. Hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsens the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced the food insecurity during the pandemic, up to 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, a nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. The child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk of developing a severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti. According to the sources connected to the United Nations Children's Fund, the number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated by the pandemic. Refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. Vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. The price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by the camp fires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in the Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns. With 60% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter, just over one third, that is 37%, requested health or medical care. The famine risk spikes amidst conflict, COVID-19, and funding groups. The number of people teetering on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected at the beginning of the year to 41 million projected as of June, he said. Without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into the famine conditions. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The report, released on May 20th, 2021, stated that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases to global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, which impacts expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum released that 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for two-thirds of those facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. Join now in COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let's understand the what there are numerous countless times the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the importance of the food that we take, how that food should be. He again and again, countless number of times, he revealed in his daily satsangs and on various occasions the importance of food that we take. One of the satsangs, he's revealed that what you eat contributes to what you think. What you think contributes to what you cognize. What you cognize contributes to who you are. So, what you eat directly affects what you are. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say that is why I'm making the statement. You become what you eat. What is in your plate matters because that is going to become you. The violence-based food derived from killing animals and life-negative chemical-based toxic food both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health. It gives you an inner space, physical system, and physiological flow to develop the highest psychology. To develop highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say more powerful cognitions on you become what you eat. He says your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination. Imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. So make vegetarianism as a lifestyle. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that the human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220-volt current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volts current, but it is given 20,000 volt current. What will happen? It will get fused. So the food without anxiety, without fear, without depression, and without biomemories, if they are consumed by a person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, everything will be aligned to a natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature which is the inner potential energy. Now, we will have an understanding of Kailasas and Nalayas across the globe, which serve the free, organic, vegetarian, sattvic meal for one and all, to eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have the United Nations have given warnings of families of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and the availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasas Annalayas, the food bank established all across the globe, distributes and serves the free, vegetarian, organic food for people of all caste, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. Under the symbol of Red Om, the providing relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate the world hunger. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully says that we will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready, and the continuous Annadan. I'm not giving you any fantasy. It is already becoming a reality. And you find the picture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Annadan way back in 17 June, way back many years ago. And let us see some more pictures. This picture is taken on 2002, about 18 years ago, almost 20 years ago. 22nd November 2002, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Annadanam. The pictures show that early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering the Annadan, the providing a free organic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam at Tiruvannamalai in India. In 2013, even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, engaged in the selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, two steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. This picture is after that surgery. And now you can see the pictures which are taken on 3rd January 2012, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the food at the Thane flood relief in Pondicherry. Some more pictures as part of the Thane flood relief on 3rd January 2012. Pondicherry Thane flood relief, you can see the thousands of devotees are served food. The picture is Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the food on 9th September 2011 in Tiruvannamalai, India. And the picture that you're seeing where you see the Arogya Yoga Health Workshop, where you see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving one and all to the Annadan on 25th November 2005. And this picture that you're seeing where you see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the Annadan, the free food to one and all as part of the Nithyananda Spurana meditation workshop way back in 2007. This picture clicked on 12th December at Salem, South India. And some more pictures are from Nithyananda Spurana meditation workshop in Tiruvannamalai, India on 20th September 2012. And Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, Tiruvannamalai, India, were 27th, 2012. Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop, and the picture clicked on 10th May 2017. Kalpataru Meditation Workshop in Tiruvannamalai, India on 10th April 27, where everyone present the free meditation workshop Kalpataru, where everyone was provided the free meals of Sattvic organic vegetarian meal. As part of the Kumbh Mela festival, the Kumbh Mela, where the Bhandara feast served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks. The picture clicked on 5th May 2016. Kalpataru Meditation Workshop on 28th April 2016, where the thousands have fed this free meditation workshop during the Kumbh Mela in 2016. The pictures that you're seeing are from the Arunachala Sarvajnapeetham, Tiruvannamalai, India. The pictures clicked on 11th March 2017. The pictures that you're seeing are Tiruchengodu Sarvajnapeetham, where you see the peacekeepers of Kailasa are serving the continuous Annadan at this Adhinam. And these pictures, specific pictures, are clicked on 18th August 2019. The pictures you're seeing are from the Western Hemisphere, where the continuous Annadan distributed during the Guru Purnima, that is the traditional celebration of Guru. These pictures are from 6th July 2019. And this picture that you're seeing are from the Sadashivoham meditation workshop at Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, clicked on 8th December 2016. Annadan service continues in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. The picture that you're seeing where peacekeepers of Kailasa are distributing the continuous Annadan, the pictures are clicked on 30th May 2020. Now let us see what is the need for the Annadan, and one of the example, what happened during the Bengal famine of 1943, the proof of necessity for Annadan.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
In 1943 and 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The prime minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. On the other hand, in 2016, just in one event, Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million people. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have served the more than 1 billion free meals. Not only that, past 26 years, and are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. The continuous Annadan is happening in all the Kailasas across the world. Kailasa with 200 peacekeepers at any given time can deliver whatever what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightened based nation driven by selfless service. The scriptural reference according to the Taittiriya Upanishad, chapter 3, verse 9, it says that in the Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures, the Taittiriya Upanishad, that Annam Bahukurvita, that is, that which means let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote the sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is a vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Join now the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the revelations by the Devi Parashakti on 12th May 2021. Devi revealed that through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you, listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where the enlightenment beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya in Adi Kailasa, because of conspiracy of the Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, the all Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will take a dip in the Ananda Lingam. 30th May 2021, Devi continued her revelations that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion, until without taking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed the borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to one and all without exception. The various COVID care protection centers across India are Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Pondicherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, and Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Adinam in Erode, Tamil Nadu, Huzur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. Free social services offered during pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India. The medical care, which is include allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine. The infrastructure to accommodate thousands. Accommodation for multi-layered quarantine. Emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels. Personal protective medical equipment. Food security management through food banks and organic farming. Join now in one of the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the arrangements and how the Kailasa ecosystems are getting ready, especially in Adi Kailasa, how the arrangements and how it got prepared to facilitate. You see the pictures of the groceries collected for Annadan. You see the Ayurvedic Sattvic vegetarian food to one and all. Kailasa Department of Housing, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam, India, the Adinavasis of Adi Kailasa continued working round the clock in organizing the storage of groceries to accommodate the large number of people arriving for Kailasa's COVID protection initiative. Kailasa Department of Agriculture at Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam, India, that the banana plantain in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam, a glimpse of the self-sustainability lifestyle and being cultivated in multi-layered quarantine facilities. Kailasa Department of Agriculture, some more pictures that you see at the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam, where the The environmental friendly, sustainable, economy friendly methods of agriculture are getting done. You see, the peacekeepers of Kailasa are preparing the next pasture of land by dividing irrigation and preparing of manure. Some more pictures of the Kailasa's Department of Housing. Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. Adinavasis are working in full swing, helping to facilitate all the requirements needed to accommodate the hundreds and hundreds of people coming in for protection from the COVID-19 pandemic. Kailasa Department of Health, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India, as the third wave of COVID-19 hits the world, the medical and emergency response team raises their preventive measures. Each individual is guided to take at least 11 minutes of vaporization before meal and receive their supplements. Kailasa Department of Agriculture, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. The organic sattvic meals include a balance of steamed rice cakes, curries, and fruits. All items are verified per meal and distributed to different locations on Adi Kailasa campuses. Join now in Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers and register now through the link below. https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. We'll continue the segment after a short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not
by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition.
Welcome back. Now let's continue the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, COVID care protection centers with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. So let us understand more of what are the other arrangements and majorly are happening. See, before that, let's understand the world statistics some more here. The world today, the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ages 18 to 24, the 56.2%, ages 25 to 49, 48.9, and ages 38 to 39.1, from 50 to 64, 39.1, and ages 65 plus is 29.3. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder on January to June, a 6 months period in 2019, which was 11%, and 1 month in January 2021 spiked up to 41.1%. The Household Pulse survey reveals this. The share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic by age: adults aged 18 to 24, 56%, and ages 25 to 49, about 48.9%, and adults ages 50 to 64, about 39.1%, and adults ages 65 plus are 29.3. This indicates the statistically significant difference between the adults ages 18 to 24. The data shown includes adults ages 18 plus with symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder that generally occur more than half the days or nearly every day. Data shown is from the December 19 to 21, 2020, the source of US Census Bureau Household Pulse Survey 2020. So, how are you feeling? What employees say they feel more than half the time at work? 34% say I am tired. 34 more percent say I'm stressed. 27% say I'm burnt out. And 22% say I'm discouraged. 19% say I'm distracted. And 17% say I'm depressed. So COVID-19 is the significant stressor for most Americans. Stress in America in 2020, a national mental health crisis. Nearly 8 in 10, that is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their lives. Literally everyone. Nearly 7 in 10, that is 67% say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, that is 25%, diagnosed with mental health disorder since start of pandemic. You can see the statistics that COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contacted the COVID-19 and 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression. 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to the preliminary research. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by the suicide every year. The source is the Journal of Medical Regulation. Self-reported mental health among the pregnant women, new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rate were 15% and anxiety rate were 29%. But after the during the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rates increased to 40.7 from 15% to 40.7%. According to the report of Helio.com, and the anxiety increased before pandemic. It was 29%, and now after the pandemic, during the pandemic, it is 72%. The US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing the depression in the United States have tripled. According to a major study, researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed, but that number has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. The more statistics that you see is the young workers hit the hardest. Ages 22 to 25 hit hardest as 89%. Ages 26 to 37%, 83%. And ages 38 to 54, 73%. And ages 55 to 74, 62%. The younger respondents were more likely to say that the pandemic has had a negative effect on their mental health. Now, let us understand the contributions from the Kailasa Department of Human Services and Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's blessings. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services, and each of the Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of all human beings, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again, and they're forever serving the humanity, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, And he revealed this on 6th January 2019. Now let us see some of the pictures, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked tirelessly to establish these Kailasas across the world, across the continent, across the globe. Some of the pictures, let's see as glimpse. The glimpses that we are seeing are taken on 21st October 2006, following the meditation under a sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with children of Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali, Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, and India. The pictures that you are seeing are 22nd December 2018. Peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony, which is the pictures are taken in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The pictures that you are seeing are from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Purana Convention, the Life Bliss Program Level 2, and a meditation workshop at Chennai, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself conducting to thousands of devotees, which were taken on 14th December 2006. On 17th December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Purana Convention, which is also called the Life Bliss Program Level 2, at the St. Peter's Engineering College at Chennai, India. And the pictures that you're seeing are the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains, and up to the river Ganga, Harshil, India. The temple ecosystem of Tirunamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of Tirunamalai. One of the remaining living ecosystems, temple ecosystems, this picture are taken where you see the thousands of devotees are in procession, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is welcoming all of them by waving the flag of Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in morning meditation and traditional puja and ritualistic worship. The blissful pictures are taken on 31st December 2018 at the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, Bidadi, India. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in the Kara Seva, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple in Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, India. Now you see the Kailasas ecosystems around the world, where you see the Kailasas temples and ecosystems across the world, thousands across the continents and across the globe, where you'll find the Kailasas ecosystems are established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Starting from the Kailasa in Tirunamalai in way back in 1994. Leftmost picture that you see where the Mataji Vibhudanandapuri traditionally passed on to the hands of the Tirunamalai Kailasa and Tirunamalai to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the rightmost picture that you see taken on in the year 2017, Kailasa and Tirunamalai receiving the visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shivadiksha. The blissful picture that you see where in 11th taken on 11th March 27, Kailasa in Tirunamalai, where thousands arrive to celebrate the Enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The pictures that you're seeing in Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, as a 25,000 square foot temple complex. Housing 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. The pictures that you're seeing are from the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, USA, the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside in India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall, made of granite and weighing 6 tons. And their divine faces have been directly hand-carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, USA. Housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha, the temple has the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. The Kailasa in Seattle is also known as the Chidambaram of the West. The Chidambaram temple, the ancient Hindu temple where Paramashiva resides as Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, expressing the Akasha space. The pictures that you are seeing are from the Kailasa in San Jose, California, inaugurated in 2009. Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. The chief presiding deities are the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti and the Shiva Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivalinga, which have been created, installed and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nityananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwar deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and the rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu, whose temple is the most visited of any religion in the world. The Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. The pictures that you are seeing are from the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, home to over 21 deities, and with a temple structure of 2,500 square foot. Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. The pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Navagraha doshas, which all the Parihara Sthala means the Navagrahas are hold you responsible for all the good, bad that you do. The result of that, every human being are bound to experience, and Navagrahas held you responsible for that. So, but if in the course of time, if one decides to do the parihara, the prayaschitta, and decide to change their actions, then one can pray to Navagrahas. This Houston temple has blessed as the parihara sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. The pictures that you're seeing are from the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Inaugurated on July 2011, Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all 63 Naimanars and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. The Naimanars are the most endearing and notable saints of Hinduism. And Siddhas are literally meaning the accomplished, perfected one. The more pictures are from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, active and alive from 2011 onwards. Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the superconsciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadan, traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents. Now let us understand the ecosystems, how the participants who joined the Kailasa protection centers, how they are doing the morning routine as part of the other activities, how it is helping their spiritual and physical well-being. The morning spiritual routine and the enlightenment ecosystem with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. Morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you and the healing it does in your system. The biological rhythm it sets in your system. All of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and integrity to that spiritual routine. The initiations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are completely private, personal between you and me, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The members of the Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam. The morning spiritual routine consists of the Panchakriya. Soon after you get up, you do the Panchakriya where you cleanse your body and are followed by the Nithyananda Yoga and followed by the Nitya Pratyaksha Paduka Puja and the taking of the kashayams like neem juice, all the herbal juice, and the Nitya Satsangh. Morning spiritual routine, when you do it sincerely with integrity, it tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices because the chemistry that you enjoy inside matters that decide the kind of plane of the universe, dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Patala. Kailasa is the place, the highest abode where the Paramashiva exists, resides. Patala is the lowest realm where the lower than the human realm and where the demons live. Or Swarga or Naraka, that means the Swarga is the heavens and Naraka is the hell. Morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day, because that is the time you get near what you are seeking closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend these 4 hours, because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, if you are tired and love is gone, dead. During the morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead, gone. You need thorough overhauling inside you. You need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers. You need to bring pure questioning back to your life, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Panchakriya involves the 5 powerful processes to remove the toxins and impurities from your system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of the body, Panchakriya is a powerful process cleansing the internal, a powerful cleansing processes which cleanses the internal organs of our body. Keeping it cool, these techniques not only cleanse our body but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. After you cleanse your body, you do the yoga. When you do the yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira. That means Amrita is a nectar. Your Sharira is body. So after doing the yoga, your body feels like your body is filled with the nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from I, which is so heavy, to the God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred bath to the Shivalinga while chanting powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. In puja, we sit down and connect with the God by performing the Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O God, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that power, we sit with that context and do the action of Rudrabhishekam. We experience the Bhava Samadhi. Only in Bhava Samadhi can give us the highest taste and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the Bhava Samadhi of Shivoham, that I am the divine. When you are integrated to the morning spiritual routine, you manifest Shaktis and spiritual powers with when you are integrated to this morning spiritual routine. If you just follow this morning 5 hours, enough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that you will have Vak Shakti, that is, whatever you say will become reality. All Shaktis manifesting in you, because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, the boredom, pitta, fatigue, Everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process. Shakti Pata, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths, constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours. If you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. Some may think that I can do the morning spiritual routine from my home. You can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and Nitya Puja. But there will always be a risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days and or after few weeks. Living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the Sangha will support you, help you by giving the wake up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, coming back to the revival of the temple ecosystems, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continue to explain that in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religious, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage, sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be a Shakta. These are the various traditions or sampradayas in Sanskrit. Some may be a Shakta, some may be a Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Shaiva Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, some may be Vaidika Shaiva, all kinds of permutation and combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each sannyasa sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that sampradaya. Join now. This COVID care protection centers register now through the link below https:// kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the glimpses from the morning spiritual routine from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam. More glimpses from the members enrolled in Kailasa's COVID protection initiative as they practice the morning spiritual routine, which consists of Nithyananda Yoga, Guru Puja and Shiva Puja as a Nitya Puja daily routine, and the listening of the Satsangs. In the enlightenment ecosystem of the headquarters of Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, Bangalore. We just had understood that the morning spiritual routine makes up the first 5 hours everyone's day, including the Panchakriya. It is one of the most fundamental and vital practice for seeker, anyone on the path to achieve enlightenment, to achieve the ultimate superconsciousness space of Paramashivoham. more glimpses of this morning spiritual routine from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, India. Some more glimpses from the morning spiritual routine. Some more glimpses that you can see. Some more glimpses. The puja by the participants of these COVID care centers from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham. So join now of these COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. We'll continue this after a short break. Now let's have some more understanding from the revelations of the Devi Parashakti and what is the need for joining these Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India and joining these COVID care protection centers during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy and bliss. Let's listen from Devi revelations, which is in language, and we will be will have the translation of the Devi's revelations.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் நீ.
The translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed in this video on 31st May 2021, that everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by the Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder, running to Adi Kailasa and protection. From it is the only way protection by preventive quarantine. Deadly corona, life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Agora Thandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together. Destroying other souls, it will eat bodies. It has started the roaming as the great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by the humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives. Learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi Kailasa. The various scriptural references of the Krimi Bhojanam or Krimi Bhojana are from the various scriptures references. Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures. That means people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by the worms. In Garuda Purana, cosmology of hell and the nether regions. In Devi Bhagavata Purana, we find the reference. Devi Bhagavata Purana, various references on chapter 21 on narrative of hells, and chapter 22 on the narrative of the sins leading to hells. And in the Shiva Purana, chapter 16, uplift from hell, section 5, and Skanda Purana, chapter 12, redemption of hells, chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu, chapter 38, the glory of Danishkoti, and Brahmanda Purana, chapter 20, the hell in nether regions, and chapter 106, sufferings in hell, and in Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the nether world. And you see the various statistics of this corona around the world. The total deaths so far 3 million, and the total confirmed cases are close to 140 million. And various statistics suggest that the COVID now is airborne. Scientists say now that authorities think so too. A quiet revolution has permeated global health circles. Authorities have come to accept what many research have argued for over a year. The coronavirus has spread through the air. The new acceptances by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with the concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled, like public water supplies were in the 1800s after petted pipes were found to harbor cholera. Clearer indoor air won't just fight the pandemic, it will minimize the risk of catching flu and other respiratory infections that cost the US more than 50 billion a year. Research said in a study in the journal Science on Friday. According to these germs and their associated sickness, the productivity losses would therefore offset the cost of upgrading the ventilation and filtration in the buildings. The various studies, various newspaper articles published that, and the various statistics um, uh, are, you can see the statistics that corona is now air prone and is spreading so um, fast that home quarantine is not possible, and even the government making statements. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma said that home quarantine is the prime reason for the large number of deaths during the second wave of corona um, in Assam. And the Economic Times, the Maharashtra government recently announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. State Public Health Minister Rajesh Tope said that the decision to ensure better healthcare facilities to patients in districts which are showing the higher positivity rate. I see the home quarantine is not possible in India. The business line published recently that because of the majority of the people, about 41% of the houses have just one room, or 32% of the room just in two rooms, and an average 3 to 5 people live in one room. And in order to utilize the India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th April signaled to change the approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units. The government allowed home quarantine for those who with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self quarantining, that in India it's easier than said than done. Now, you see the various statistics, various articles publishing that it's impossible to um, do the home quarantine in India. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. Join now in Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and save life. And the link is http:// kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now we will be moving on to the next segment of this program after a short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects.
Spiritual, the spiritual prosperity will happen to whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us today. I'm sure every one of you is eagerly awaiting the live satsang with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be gracing us at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So please make sure that you are staying tuned for the further updates and you're sharing, and we will be graced with the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. It's going to be a very beautiful way that each and every one of us can sit in his divine presence, soak in the beautiful, powerful cognitions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be continuing to reveal on conscious sovereignty. And of course, I'd like to remind all of the viewers that even as the satsang is going on, you can comment any of your questions regarding conscious sovereignty or any of your experiences or anything you'd like in the comment section, or you can do through the chat on the chat in YouTube chat, or as well in Facebook, Twitter. You can reply to the live feed and use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar as well. And in this way, you will be able to beautifully have beautifully be able to interact personally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism might as well just answer your question during the live satsang and see all of your comments, see and bless each and every one of you who asked the question. So you can ask your questions and ask if you feel you have any doubts, sincerely seeking the higher truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving, then you can ask your questions in the comment section through Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, or Twitter. And later on, we will be understanding how exactly you can ask your questions as well. And we can take a few minutes now to also share this program link. Let's share with all of your family and friends, everyone who is joining us today, about how you can, how you should and you want to share this satsang, the Nithyananda satsang, and share the news that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself will be coming for the live satsang. He will be gracing us at 10 o'clock at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And each and every one of us will be going through the next segment in today's program on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the month of July, as we are coming to an end, we are strongly introspecting our selves and also doing a deep retrospect of what the actions each and every one of us Hindus have taken now, having cognized and become aware of the persecution that is ongoing against Hindus. Over the course of the last 1 month, we have been every single day presenting to each and every one of you the violence and genocide against Hindus across the world, especially in India, and even in the place where Hinduism was sourced, where Hinduism was born. We are facing so much of attack and no question of safety in the very land where Hinduism once thrived. And in so many different ways, we are seeing how Hinduism does not have any place, a safe place, to where a person who wants to live authentically the Hindu lifestyle is able to do so without risking their lives. And that is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is establishing and continues to establish the Hindu civilizational nation of Kailasa, bringing political legitimacy, social legitimacy to Sanatana Hindu Dharma once again. That is one of the amazing reasons for why Kailasa, why we need Kailasa, the nation of Kailasa today. We were once a thriving, sprawling Hindu civilization with more than 56 different nations. But today, we are absolutely zero. We don't have even one nation. And we must, at least now, understand the need for a Hindu nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally the foremost advocate for bringing Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its teachings, reviving its teachings, and ensuring that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, continue to serve the world as they have been for millennia. And as the foremost leader, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing so much to revive this nation and stand for the most progressive ideologies in the world right now. Stand for empowerment of women and global animal welfare, as well as the equal and infinite rights of all people with zero discrimination against caste, background, race, class, anything, and even with the equal and infinite rights given to all of the LGBT plus, and no matter what sexual orientation you might be coming from, no matter what race, no matter what your skin color, everything the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is standing for and continuing to revive these Hindu teachings in order to serve the world, empower people in as Hinduism does in its truest, most authentic form. And from the very beginning of the mission, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from the very beginning of this venture, this absolutely impressive and tremendous revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma through the nation, through the revival of the nation of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously standing for, giving a strong stance and supporting the right in Sanatana Hindu Dharma for all women to be empowered infinitely, to be empowered for their infinite consciousness. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, though this might be a very taboo or even progressive stance that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken, he still has been standing by it, and no matter what, ensuring continuously that he is standing by these extremely profound, strong stances where all women in Kailasa are even given the right to worship, are given the right to take up sannyas, and given the right to live a violence-free life, which women across the world do not even, very rarely women are able to say for themselves. They live in a violence-free world strongly, without even a question of the safety in the hands of whom they are trusting. And yet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has successfully created ecosystems where so many different women could be empowered. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized for his tremendous amount of work in bringing the status of the violence against women, reporting the status of the violence against women in India and against Hindu women to the United Nations, to the UN. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the foremost leader and advocate for eliminating all violence against women. And the work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing for this is literally creating so many different concrete measures in order to eliminate violence, in order to create conflict-free and violence-free ecosystems. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so, has shown by example, be it any of the Hindu ecosystems where literally women are able to express themselves, express their inner strength, and harness their inner strength to take up and be empowered in leadership positions, in administrative positions. In Kailasa, around the world, more than 2/3 of the leadership positions are filled by women. And women take the leading stance, and women are the leadership positions in the government structure of Kailasa, not just in the main government structure, but Kailasas across the world. In all the different leadership positions, women are taking up more than 2/3 of the roles, which is actually a majority of the leadership positions and administrative roles in Kailasa. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally created this place, a beautiful environment where women are empowered, women can heal from any kind of trauma that they have been through, women are sheltered and protected if they are targeted for any kind of violence by neo-Hindutva militant forces. And in this preceding segment, what we will be understanding and going into is specifically how the United Nations has recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for bringing to light and reporting the amount of femicide ongoing against Hindu marginalized communities in India and as well as around the world. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been working for so many years in order to create this femicide observatory where we are analyzing the amount of violence, the crimes against women, and the gender-based killings that have been happening for the last 1,000 years, including even uncovering some of the dehumanized and invisible amount of crimes that have been happening even in the last 2 decades. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has been continuously reporting and ensuring to report. And now the United Nations has accepted and recognized the report given by Kailasa on the violence and femicide against the women of Kailasa. And the United Nations has published this on their website, the Human Rights Commission, and in the website, in the page for the UN Special Rapporteur for femicide. And it's an amazing step that the United Nations has seen the amount of violence that has been going on. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally brought light and shed light onto the immense amount of crimes that have been going on and taken a step towards eliminating violence against women and Hindu women once and for all. And in this report, we have understood the various different persecutions and relentless killings and violence that Hindu women have been through for the last 1,000 years. In fact, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, which is the community of Kailasa, the marginalized community, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actively reviving, has been subject for thousands of years to persecution, whether it is the Mughal invasion, whether it is the British occupation and enslavement of the entire population and entire civilization of Hindu women. And not only that, the Hindu women have been subject to the most horrifying different kinds of violence, that now finally we are able to show the international audience and tell the international audience the truth of what has been happening, whether it is the persecution by politically owned media or the violent sexual objectification of the women, Hindu women of Kailasa, or the fact that there is absolutely no recourse, no legal recourse in India, or the persecution of Hindu nuns by the state, or the violence by New Hindutva militant forces and targeted against Hindu women specifically, and strategized to be using these Hindu women as weapons against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And there have been so many different acts of violence over the years. And I myself, as a woman and even as a child, having been brought up in this community, have seen with my own eyes the amount that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone, has sacrificed literally to ensure that an ecosystem is established to protect Hindu women and to empower Hindu women. Whether we see in 2012, in 2010, of course, before that, in 2012, in 2014, 2015, 2017, no matter what, we have seen the genocide and attacks against the Adinams across Kailasas, in every single Kailasa in India. There isn't even one Adinam or even one Hindu sannyasi and Hindu women sannyasi in the order of the Nithyananda order of sannyasi that has not been through this kind of extreme violence by the Neo-Hindutva militant forces. And I myself was shocked to see and hear the stories of so many different women who have undergone the extent of violence against themselves, their person, their character in the media, absolutely being decharacterized and sexually objectified in the media, in front and in the face of the whole public, who knows you and starts to shun you and shame you for nothing but taking up this lifestyle of non-violence and service to the world. Over just a course of 5 years, I have literally been able to see how so many women sannyasis, the Hindu women who have selflessly taken up this lifestyle of service to the whole world and wanted to be devoted and devotedly live with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is teaching, and not being able to do so because of the acts of violence that has been continuously targeted and attacked against Adinams and people inside of Kailasa. And we've seen this in several different ways. If we see first and foremost the ways that the neo-Hindutva militant forces have been attacking the women of Kailasa primarily, for which we have tons of evidence, but still no legal recourse, is the persecution by politically owned media. And it started with the sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech, marginalizing the minority communities and especially targeting Hindu women. And this is by using the deep fake and morphing technologies that is available to many different neo-Hindutva militant forces to target Hindu women, especially 2010, when a fabricated video of ASMT actress Ranjita was broadcasted in order to defame her character, destroy her entire career, and delegitimize her guru and our beloved guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And New Hindutva affiliated media published articles with morphed pictures, with fake and fabricated videos, and articles of fake interviews of even ASMT and the children of Kailasa. For example, in 2017, the articles were published morphing the pictures of a 16-year-old child and 16-year-old girl who was a Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans, morphing her picture and putting that on the bodies of actresses and pornographic actresses, and even faking interviews with this very 16-year-old girl. And not only that, completely demoralizing and characterizing her as for what she stands for, making her absolutely afraid of what could happen, and her lifestyle choices. And unfortunately, they have even characterized each and every one of the women of Kailasa as even addressed them as brainwashed, as even saying that they were sodomized disciples, calling them witches and prostitutes and cult worshippers. These are the exact terminologies that the neo-Hindutva militant forces, as well as the invading forces and missionary forces, have always been using in order to delegitimize, decharacterize, and continue the violence against the Hindu women. And even by using different titles such as Hang the Sin Swamis in the different media articles, these are always the examples of violence inciting media articles, which literally incite so much violence, and at least in the opinion of the public, they are criminalizing Hindu women and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And not only this, in the media we have seen so many different women who have been whose narratives and articles have been published in the media, and absolutely posting false different narratives, and so many victims who had undergone so much of trauma, pain, even as children, including, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well, victims who were then projected in the media and told to be a liar, told to be brainwashed, and absolutely marginalizing each and every one of us, making the crime itself seem so belittled and being so and making that itself invisible. This is what is called secondary victimization. First, victimizing the victim, victimizing the children, the women of Kailasa through brutal force, through rape, and through sexualization, and through sexual molestation, child molestation, and then secondarily victimizing them by making them undergo so much of violence in terms of the amount of questioning that they have to go through by the media, interrogation that is absolutely baseless, and shaming them in public, and literally questioning their most sacred of their values, their own relationship, and their own beautiful sacred sentiment with the Guru. And though we have seen multiple accounts of violence against the women of Kailasa, and though we have seen so many accounts of rape, molestation, and blackmail against women, we have not been able to successfully, in any case, have the legal recourse in India, especially through the media. If we see, the media is easily able to sway the opinion of the public and even the court judges. And court judgments are even not honored by the media. For example, from 2010, 2011, the ASMT actress Ranjita had literally been going court to court, even to the Karnataka High Court, and several associated channels as well as different courts in order to file petition and to seek justice for the crimes done against her. And yet, even though courts had ordered in her favor, still the media never honored the court judgments and willfully continued their decharacterization by streaming 14,000 hours of hateful content against her and other women of Kailasa. And while we're seeing this, in contrast, there still has been some cases of legal recourse outside of India, just to show the contrast to all the viewers. In India, while there's been no legal recourse, and even if a Hindu sannyasi goes to the police and asks for some kind of acceptance of their complaint, still her police complaint is rejected, is not accepted, and even though she has gone to the length of writing and reproducing that trauma inside of her, still never it has been accepted and never been taken forward to receive justice against her attackers and her offenders and the neo-Hindutva militants who attacked her. While on the other side, in the USA, even in 2017, US courts had penalized media for defamatory content targeting the ASMT, the Adishaivite minority tradition community, and penalized $5 million against a media channel. If you see just this contrast, you can see how in the corruption has gone to such an extent that there is no way that any woman could find legal recourse in India. Even a well-established and hardworking actress who one might find, whom one might think is able to receive justice for the acts of crime done against her. Still, because this is a targeted attack against women of Kailasa and the disciples and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, there is so much of attack ongoing against the women of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And not only that, we have seen the persecution of Adi Shaivite Mornari tradition Hindu nuns, even by state authorities. If we see so many different cases where in 2012, 16 women were arbitrarily arrested in the middle of June at 6 p.m. at night, even though it is absolutely illegal for women to be held against her will anywhere outside of her home in India. It is illegal for women to be held in any place that is not her home after 6 p.m. And what the sequence of events that happened in 2012 literally shows how the Hindu nuns have been targeted for nothing but being disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and for being strong, standing for the revival of Hinduism, which was exactly against the agenda of the state and against the agenda of the neo-Hindutva militant forces. If we see on 6th June 2012, the media had literally raided the Adinam in Bidadi, in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam, and we even have footage of all of the attacks which happened in 2012. And women were being brutally mobbed, being violated and attacked. And that was being filmed and broadcasted in national television. And in so many different cases, women were brutally raped and were sexually molested. In the case Manitya Achalananda Swami, Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami, Manitya Shraddhananda Swami, Manitya Jnanatmananda Swami, every single one had been brutally sexually molested during these raids of the entire Adinam, where literally the neo-Hindutva militants had jumped over the gate and attacked Adinavasis, destroyed property, and continued absolute destruction of the entire property, creating havoc of all kinds. And yet, within less than 24 hours, these women that have named were suddenly called by the police, called by state authorities, and were arrested. For what reason? The anti-Hindu, the militant forces had, in this time between the attacks, had filed a case against these women so that they would not be able to file for legal recourse. It seems there's a technical glitch. We can stop the share and start again. Yes. Yes. So overnight, women were unable to speak for themselves, were held against their will in the state authorities in prison overnight. And we were in this time, the women had undergone so much of violence, being absolutely ridiculed, harassed, and molested by state authorities in prison on this very night. And the women, specifically Manitya Achalananda Swami, Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami, and all these women have written their sharings, have reproduced and had literally gone through that trauma again and again, writing again and again the trauma that they have been through, and trying to file in any police station for the crimes that were done against them. But they were not able to find any kind of legal recourse, and their attempts to find justice and seek some sort of healing, legitimate healing for themselves, was absolutely rejected. And still, again, we're finding that there is no legal recourse happening in India, and the actions of the media continue to exacerbate the amount of violence which was targeted by the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And continuously, these acts would again and again be exaggerated and start to escalate. And each and every one of you can see literally the attacks that have been happening in 2012 and subsequently in 2017, how raids and the neo-Hindutva militant forces had raided the Adinam, had destroyed the property, and literally stoned each and every one of us. And continuously, there was never any legal recourse for what had happened. And thankfully today, now we're seeing the exact footage of what had happened during the 2012 attacks. And the first thing, which was even broadcasted in national television, is in order to tell the truth to the media of the allegations that were recently filed and recently being spread in the media on the allegations of rape against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where we were producing the medical reports of the so-called victim, and in that press meet where we were producing the truth about the baseless allegations against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a neo-Hindutva militant leader had attempted to breach the security of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and literally attempt to assassinate him with an anthrax bomb, which you are able to see. And immediately the security had immediately leaped up in order to secure the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and guide him to security. And now you can see the women of Kailasa being subject to the most brutal acts of violence against them, whether it's molestation and brutal assault against them. And within just a matter of a few minutes, within just 15 to 20 minutes, the neo-Hindutva militants had executed the next stage in their elaborate plan to literally take down and destroy the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Within a few minutes, the neo-Hindutva militant forces had raided the Adinam and literally had jumped over the gate, and they had employed the Navanirmana Sena in order to execute their acts of violence. And that night, even the administrators of the Adi Kailasa Sarvignapitam were attacked and needed to be rushed to the hospital. And numerous women were all brutally assaulted and molested during these raids. Here you can see that very footage of the huge mob attacking, throwing stones across the gate, and jumping over the gate and literally beating and using brute violence against the administrators and the Adinavasis of Kailasa. And you can see even women absolutely defenseless against the mob that had raided the Adinam. And this very footage was submitted to the police in order to seek justice for what had happened against this female sannyasi. However, still today there is no justice which has been delivered from the complaints that were filed, and still today those cases are held up in court and not finding the justice against the people, the people who had literally been attacking these innocent Hindu sannyasis. And as you can see here, the administrators of Adi Kailasa Sarvignapitam, having been attacked, needed to be rushed to the hospital and were bleeding profusely from the head and needed to have immediate medical attention and medical procedures done on them in order to save their lives. And yet, still in the media, no matter what, there's been always only hateful content which has never shown the truth of what is going on. Still, only the sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech is continuing to marginalize the minority communities and targeting the Hindu women. And especially, this is using deepfake technology and the different morphing technologies, and still that is being done against the Supreme Court of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa. Here you can see on the following day, the women of Kailasa wanted to speak out and hold another press meet in order to tell the media the truth of what was going on. And yet another attack ensued inside of the Adinam in order to withhold the truth from being told in the media, as well to enforce more brute violence against the Hindu sannyasis and the women of Kailasa. And within just hours of this attack, these women, without even being told, were arrested and not even told what for they were getting arrested. Then they were held by the state authorities. And literally, day after day, these women of Kailasa had to undergo the worst kind of violence. In 2012, the government acts against the minority, the Kailasa was specifically extreme. How within a few days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally arrested, and subsequently the CM of Karnataka had declared that the Adinam be sealed entirely and taken over by the government, which is absolutely illegal. And then the Adinam was literally sealed, and inside of the Adinam, police enforcement was used in order to continue to detain the Adinavasis, the residents of the Adinam, and the residents of Kailasa were denied even food and basic human rights in order to survive. And especially the children of Kailasa were absolutely traumatized by the amount of violence ongoing. The children of Kailasa in the subsequent attack against the whole Adinam had needed to be protected, and at this time, even the bank accounts of the Adinam were frozen, and we could not even get the proper food and arrange for the proper food for the children in Nithyananda Paramashivam. As in this time, the entire Adinam was sealed and taken over by the government. So in this way, we are continuing to see how the femicide and acts of femicide against the Hindu women has been ongoing continuously for the last few decades against the women of Kailasa. And this is just a representation and hologram of the attacks against the women of Hinduism for thousands of years. And we have been seeing the persecution by politically owned media, the violent sexual objectification of the ASMC Hindu women, the nuns and the girls, and how there's been no legal recourse in India, and the persecution of the ASMC Hindu nuns by state authorities as well. And this started, once again, with this sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech, which was marginalizing the Hindu minority communities and targeting especially the women, with the use of deepfake technology and morphing of pictures and videos. Especially the criminal activities of the Neo-Hindutva militant forces surfaced in 2010 when a fabricated video was broadcasted on national television of the ASMT actress Ranjita, and was repeatedly played and sensationally broadcast to defame her character and delegitimize her guru, delegitimize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Neo-Hindutva affiliated media then published articles again and again with over 14,000 hours of footage of hate speech being broadcasted on the media, and tens of thousands of media articles as well being published as well, and different kinds of decharacterization and assassination of the character by using phrasing such as sodomized disciples, brainwashed, witches, and prostitutes, literally. and also saying by using these prejudicial narratives, they would always project the entire event and narrative in a completely manipulative way that would confuse the entire public. Even though majority of the public saw the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and followed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a guru, who were devoted and were devoted Hindus, the media's strategy was to confuse and silence the public in order and be confuse and silence the public in order to continue the silence and to ensure that their acts of violence could continue on. In this way, we have seen how so many different people have had acts of violence done against them. And here you can see the illegal arrest of the women sannyasis, where they were not even told why they were being arrested or what was going on. And they were subject to the worst kind of ridicule, harassment, molestation in the hands of the authorities. And they were not giving any kind of choice as to what they could do, not given any kind of clarity or legal aid even to help themselves and to aid themselves, and even treated, manhandled and abused by the officials who were handling them. And this is evidence of the continued persecution of the ASMT Hindu nuns and the children by state authorities. And continuously, as you are seeing, we have been subject to all kinds of different violence in the hands of anti-Hindu militant forces, the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And today, thanks to the immense amount of work, the tremendous amount of hard work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done, and his sacrifice for each and every one of the Hindu women, today, at least in some way or form, our voices are being heard. The United Nations has recognized the acts of violence done against the Hindu women. I request each and every one of the viewers, as we are awaiting the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, please take a few minutes and explore the link where the United Nations has recognized the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to eliminate the violence against women of Kailasa and eliminate violence against women as well. And you can explore and see for yourself the way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is representing and advocating for the elimination of violence in the United Nations and in the United Nations Special Rapporteur of Femicide. among so many different civil society organizations. In this, the representative for India is only Kailasa, only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has brought to light, who has brought to the international audience the immense amount of violence going on in order to eliminate it once and for all. Even though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has undergone so much and himself been in the hands of the neo-Hindutva militant forces, literally inches away from being assassinated himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continued to ensure that each and every one of us is empowered and stands so that we can live our lives as we want to, as we had declared want to live, as sannyasis, as rudrakanyas, as brahmacharis, as balasams, and live a life powerfully. This is terrifying footage of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being handled by the mob and literally inches away from an assassination attempt that might have been successful. Over the years, whether it is from 2010, 2012, 2017, or 2018, every single year, month after month, we have been seeing brutal attacks against the Supreme Pontiff himself and the attacks against the women of Kailasa. Even until recently, a bioweapon was launched and deployed against the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. And the neo-Hindutva militant forces are still trying their best in order to destroy the mission of Hindu. And continuously, by targeting the women of Kailasa, the women and children of Kailasa, we have been seeing how the neo-Hindutva affiliated media, as well as you can see here, have published articles with pictures of the ASMT Hindu nuns as well as the children, and literally used captions such as sodomized disciples, and they targeted the ASMT minor girls by publishing pictures and morphing them in national newspapers. And as you can see here, they literally denied the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism his right to worship and right for religion. And due to this, there wouldn't be any religious leader in any different sense, in any different religion, in any different country, who would be treated in such a foul and dehumanizing way. And yet it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has literally advocated for the elimination of violence more so than any person today. And today, having been recognized by the United Nations and having this persecution recognized by the United Nations literally means so much for the movement that the Supreme Court of Hinduism is doing to eliminate violence against women, where we are bringing to light and reporting the crimes and violence and femicide in marginalized communities and the indigenous Hindu women and the indigenous Hindu women who were subjugated and made invisible by misogynist, sexist groups for thousands of years. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has done so by empowering women, many of whom are targets or have once been victims of the neo-Hindutva militant forces, and empowering them through the various orders of Kailasa as well. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has started and supported the research and studies undertaken to analyze femicide or gender-related killings against Hindu women in India, as well as against the global Hindu diaspora. As well, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has established the concrete measures taken to improve support to victims of violence and protect these victims and prevent femicide overall. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has done literally the most in order to prevent femicide from happening by establishing these Hindu ecosystems which are absolutely violence-free. And by physically protecting the victims of or targets of the neo-Hindutva militant forces through the monasteries, through these peaceful shelters and places, safe havens for women to recover from trauma and undergo peaceful transformation while they're recovering as well. As well, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has been empowering women with leadership roles and successfully even established more than 2/3 of the leadership positions in Kailasa being filled by women. The Supreme Council of Hinduism has also ensured for reporting on the good practices and challenges in implementing an evidence-based response. And these reports are continuously being shown and told the world through the various different social media and through the as well through the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations movement, the global initiative in order to bring peace to the world and work alongside the United Nations as well in bringing peace to the world and ending all gender-based violence. As well, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has reported on the result of the analysis of femicide cases as well, by showing that there has been no legal recourse in several of these cases, and how there have been so many different reports of women who have not been able to get the legal recourse of for what they have been through and the trauma that they have been through. As well, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has supported, provided guidance and empowerment to the victims and targets of these acts of violence by the neo-Hindutva militant forces, and has supported these to seek justice, seek healing, and allow for the legal recourse to happen for the crimes done against them. And in so many different ways, we have seen how this violence happened. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has been continuously working and ensuring that there is no longer any violence against the victim and women. Kailasa has ensured that there will be no way that anyone can harm a woman from Kailasa, can harm a Hindu woman, and restoring the sacred sentiment of Hindu women across the world, reviving the way that women are worshipped in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Supreme Council of Hinduism has been literally the world's foremost leading advocate for eliminating gender-based killings, femicide, and violence against women against Hindu women and in India, as well as against the global Hindu diaspora. And today, the United Nations has recognized the amount of work that the Supreme Council of Hinduism has done, has published the report that we have submitted to the United Nations, and has ensured and has ensured that each and every one of us who are victims of horrendous crimes are empowered to stand strong and to have our voices heard and end the crimes done against us. And for each and every one of us women, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has literally created these ecosystems to ensure that we are empowered, and we can be empowered, and to show literally the whole world that we can be empowered by the sacred Hindu sentiment of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. But still, there has not been any kind of legal recourse, any kind of acknowledgement and apology by the media to end the violence that has been done against us and that has been done against the Supreme Court of Hinduism. As you can see here, this is footage from the attacks that were done against the Pavalakundru Adinam in 2017. 4 years back, anti-Hindu militant forces raided the Adinam, the peaceful monastery in Pavalakundru, a sacred Hindu site for all Kailasians across the world, as it is the very place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the beautiful Enlightenment experience. And yet today, it's still a place of continuous attack, vandalizing, and trespassing by neo-Hindutva militant forces. And it is still not safe for any woman to live in. And you can see the escalation of the attacks where neo-Hindutva militant forces are literally attacking the women, and while they are protecting their deities with their lives and holding on to them, they're literally being dragged, pulled, assaulted, and even the children amongst them are being sexually assaulted as well. And each and every one of us, as we are coming closer and closer to the live Nithyananda Satsangh happening tonight at 10 p.m., we must realize that it is time now to declare our conscious sovereignty. And we must do that by taking responsibility, understanding the violence done against Hindus, the violence that we have undergone, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has undergone in order to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I encourage each and every one of you to share the link. You can find the link for the published page where the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Facebook, on the official channel for Facebook, on Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And you will also be able to share this program link as well. Let us share with as many people as possible and make sure that we are doing our part in ensuring what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for each and every one of us Hindus is shown to the world, is told to the world, and brought to the international platform, to the international audience. In just a few minutes, we'll be able to have the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I know each and every one of you are awaiting that sincerely. And I encourage each and every one of you, you can also ask your questions on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, on the different social media platforms. And during the live satsang, even interact with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and he might he may grace you with an answer and blessing for your question or your request, and your question might be read out loud during the Nithyananda Satsang as well. So we are just a few minutes away as well for the live Nithyananda Satsang. Let us share this Satsang as we are getting prepared for the Nithyananda Satsang. Each and every one of you can spend a few minutes and share this Satsang, share this program link, and you can share with all your different, in all of your different social media platforms, perhaps in your favorite one where you're most comfortable, whether that is Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube. You can go ahead and ask. And in just a few minutes, we'll be starting to get prepared for the live Nithyananda Satsang. And we'll just be getting right back with you and starting to prepare for the live Nithyananda Satsang after a very quick break. Yes, sorry for that technical glitch. Now, in just a few minutes, we'll be getting prepared for the live Nithyananda Satsang, and each and every one of you will be graced with the presence of the divine, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be revealing to all of us the sacred truth from Sanatana Hindu Dharma on declaring our conscious sovereignty and being able to manifest our conscious sovereignty. You can take a few minutes now and share this satsang with all of your family, your friends. Let us take these few minutes and share with as many people as possible as we get ready for the Nithyananda Satsang. And as well, I'll be going through with you step by step how you can ask your questions if you would like to, and perhaps even have the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff during the Nithyananda Satsang. So on YouTube, if you want to ask your question, you can join as a member of the YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel has more than 7,000 videos with more than 20,000 hours of content. And this is the various darshans, the dikshas, the beautiful different initiations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the oneness capsules, and every solution that you want for your life, whether it is for fear, for lust, for greed, for jealousy, or for not having enough money in your life, for having poor relationships in your life, whatever it is, whatever solution that you want, you can ask, and you can simply find a solution through this channel. So I highly recommend and encourage that you become a member of the YouTube channel today. And if during the Nithyananda Satsang, you can ask your questions live directly through the avatar during the Nithyananda Satsang, you can simply ask your questions in the chat, and only members during the Nithyananda Satsang will be able to comment at this time. And you can join as a member right now and get ready. You can ask any of your questions, your sincere seeking questions to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you might be just graced by an answer and his blessings during the Nithyananda Satsang. And it's a beautiful way that you can receive his blessings too, and he can see your messages during this time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism may even answer your question directly during the Nithyananda Satsang as well. So on Facebook as well, you can go to the Kailasa's main Facebook page and the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Facebook at Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam on Facebook. And you can like and follow this page. Make sure that you are liking and following, and you will be able to get any notification for the special darshans, the special dikshas, the satsangs, anytime that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing us live. And there's many times that are unannounced, that are absolutely a surprise. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism graces us, and we are, and in order so that you can never miss a darshan or a diksha or a satsang, you can get the live notifications. And also you can, if you want to, if you perhaps miss, you are commuting or you are at work during any of the darshans or dikshas, you can you can simply go back, scroll down, and see the retelecast or the video of the live satsang. So you'll never even miss a satsang or a darshan or a diksha in case you do have to miss it. Make sure that you're liking on Facebook. And as we are just getting closer and closer to the live satsang, you can ensure that you are also, you can ask your questions through Twitter. You can also share this live satsang on Twitter. Just hit retweet to the live Twitter feed of this satsang, and you can ensure that you are asking your questions, if you would like to, by hitting reply to this tweet on Twitter and using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, and you can tag @Nithyananda for your questions to be answered by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the Nithyananda Satsang. And as well on Instagram, you can ask your questions as well by commenting on the post for the live satsang. And as well, you can also send in your questions through WhatsApp or through the live chat on the kailasa.org website. So in that way, you will be able to ask your questions. You can ask your questions about anything, about if you are sincerely seeking, or if you are seeking some kind of advice or guidance in your spiritual path, you can ask. And by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you'll be able to, might have the guidance you are looking for, or perhaps even more than that, with his blessings and grace. So I invite each and every one of you, if you'd like to, you can ask your questions, you can get ready and ask. And please do spend a few minutes right now and share this satsang. Let us enrich the whole world with the presence of the avatar with us on planet Earth right now, without whom we will not be able to enjoy Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma as we do today. And we would not be able to be assured that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is absolutely in the right hands and will be protected as the last hope of Hinduism. Now, let us take a few minutes and continue to share in all these different social media platforms. So spend a few minutes now and share in all the different social media platforms, and we will be, in just a few minutes, able to have the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and sit in his presence and imbibe the cognitions, the powerful cognitions that will be revealed directly from Kailasa, from Paramashiva himself. Yes, we can continue sharing in all the different social media platforms. Soon, we will be able to be in the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now begin. Getting ready for the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by entering into a brief meditation. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Breathe deeply, inhale and exhale, and with the divine remembrance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, now let us enter into this brief meditation before we are in the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, getting ready our inner space and preparing ourselves to receive the divine cognition, powerful cognitions from Paramashiva himself. So sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Invoke the powerful presence of Paramashiva in your inner space with the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let us now chant together. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ கையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம் போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழிதோறும் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ கையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம் போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழிதோறும் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ கையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம் போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழிதோறும் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே
ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர பேரறிய உறவறிய தவத்துறவறிய உள்ளொன்று புறம் ஒன்று பேசறிய உமை சிவன் போலே வேறறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 காலையும் மாலையும் கணக்கறிய நாளும் கோளும் நான் அறிய பாலையும் சோலையும் பிரித்தறிய பரம பரஞ்சோதி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ஐயா ஊனறிய உயிர் உடலறிய மோன பெருவழியை நான் அறிய ஆணறிய பெண்ணறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி உன்னது பொருளது கண்டறிய போகமும் மோகமும் கொண்டறிய ஆசை பேராசை அறிந்தறிய அம்பலமாடியை மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஆகம வேதங்கள் படித்தறிய ஆறு குளங்களில் குடித்தறிய யாகம் யோகமும் செய்தறிய ஓமுகம் பார்த்து பணிந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 சும்மா ஒருபோது இருந்தறிய சுத்த அசுத்தங்கள் பார்த்தறிய ஆத்மனி வேதன செய்தறிய அர்த்தநாரீசன் அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி ஏடறிய சொல் எழுத்தறிய ஏற்றமும் தாழ்வும் நான் அறிய வீடறிய கொடுங்காடறிய சோம சுந்தரம் மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர உணவறிய ஊரும் உணர்வறிய உள்யது வெளியது நான் அறிய கணவறிய நனவறிய கனக சபாவரி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர இரவறிய ஒரு பகலறிய இறப்பு பிறப்பு நான் அறிய வரவறிய கை செலவறிய பரசிவ திருவடி மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி சூதறிய கொடு ஆதறிய சூத்திரம் சாத்திரம் நான் அறிய தீதறிய நன்மை சிறிதறிய திகம்பர தேசிகன் அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி வழியறிய கொண்ட வழியறிய பாவ புண்ணியம் நான் அறிய குலமறியேன் பிறர் நலமறிய நீத கண்டன மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சுகமறிய துக்கமறிய சொந்தமும் பந்தமும் நான் அறிய அகமறிய சுத்த புறமறிய அரும்பெருங்கோதி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர 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 ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர யோகி ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி தோப்பு ஐயா
the focus. I search for Parabrahman like the lotus, displace darkness and pray. Vinayaka, embrace my soul, awaken the Kundalini, my Lord, take control. Cause I really don't wanna just keep on falling down. As my supreme Lord Shiva, save me now, enlighten me like the 63-9 Margal. Grace me Saiva Siddhantam like Megandar. Sivaya Namo, Lord bring me back home. Come as Lord Krishna, show me Vishwarupam. My Lord Muruga, you are one and the same. Arumugangal within the third eye flame. My Amma, divine mother, Parasakti. Without you, how can I or anything be? As Anavam shatters to you, I surrender. My Lord Nadaraja, the cosmic dancer. Seeing you dance, Sarvam Sivamayam at every glance. Lord, I'm seeing you dance, Sarvam Sivamayam at every glance.
Siva Siva Yandre Teligila Ruma Siva Siva Vayu Bunde Tulladanga Siva Siva Yandre Teligila Ruma Siva Siva Vayu Bunde Tulladanga Siva Siva Vaya Teliginul Mullaga Siva Siva Vayu Tiruvarulame Siva Siva Vaya Teliginul Mullaga Siva Siva Vayu Tiruvarulame
மலர்ந்த மணி சுடரே நிகின்றியது திருமை தீமை புடனே கலியுக பகவதே சிவனை புடனை என்னை ஆட்கொள்வாயாக திருவமத்தின் மனதை புரிந்தருள்வாயாக தவணை முறை பெற்றாம் நிரந்தரம் முந்தரி சண்ட மோட்சம் அனையும் இந்த நட்சத்திரம் மூர்த்திகள் விஷ்ணு பிரம்மா முன் உள்ளடக்கம் வாழ்த்திட வேண்டும் ஏனெனில் இந்த தொடக்கம் நடனம் நர்த்தனம் இனி ஆடும் பொழுது சிவலோகம் நடுங்கும் திப்பொரு வெடிக்கும் தர்ம சங்கடம் தீரும் பேராலை வரட்டும் நான் தயார் நிலை மரண பய வினைகளை அவள் கணி காவல் கண்கள் உன்னை காண அவள் போல தொடரு பாடல் பொழுது வேண்டுமே பாவம் அனுப்பி வேறொன்றும் இல்லை நிலைமை மாற வேண்டும் என்பார்கள் உன் தாள் சரணம்
ஈசான சர்வ வித்யானாம் ஈஸ்வர சர்வபூதானாம் பிரம்மாதிபதிர் பிரம்மணோதிபதிர் பிரம்மா சிவோ மே அஸ்து சதா சிவோ தத்புருஷாய வித்மகே மகாதேவாய தீமஹி தன்னோ ருத்ர பிரச்சோதயாத்
கண்ணுடையானே முள பொருளே காத்திருந்த நாள் பல கடவுளே கைலாயம் வரை என் மேல் முறையீடு நிலகண்டா திவ்ய தரிசனம் கொடு சினம் கொண்ட தமிழ் மகன் இசைப்படையுடன் நடைபொடும் இவன் வினை பல கண்டேன் துணையாய் முனை கொண்டேன் விட்டு கட்டை சர்ச்சைகள் பல உண்டு இனி என் மனதில் நீ நின்று கொடியவனை கொண்டு வென்று அர்த்தநாரேஸ்வரா உடல் முழுதும் திருநீரு கங்காதர கடல் நதிகள் உன்னோடு நவரச தாண்டவம் திரிசூலம் கைலாயம் முன்வசம் கோடுடைய செவியோனே என அருள்வாயாக சிவனே திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்
சிவ சிவ என்றே தெளிகில ரூம சிவ சிவ வாயு பூண்டே துள்ளடங்க சிவ சிவ என்றே தெளிகில ரூம சிவ சிவ வாயு பூண்டே துள்ளடங்க சிவ சிவ வாய தெளிவினுள் உள்ளாக சிவ சிவ வாயு திருவருளாமே சிவ சிவ வாய தெளிவினுள் உள்ளாக சிவ சிவ வாயு திருவருளாமே
ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா நேசா 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 உண்ணாமுலை நேசா காடா இடை காட்டு சித்தா மௌன உபதேசா லிங்கா லிங்கா அருவும் குருவும் ஆன அஷ்டலிங்கா லிங்கோத்பவனே அயனறி தேட எழுந்த அக்னிலிங்கா அப்பு வாயுலிங்கா இந்திரலிங்கா சந்திர குபேரலிங்கா எப்படி அன்பர் அழைப்பார் அப்படி ஆகு வருணலிங்கா ஹரவோம் ஹர சிவவோம் உன்னருளால் பிறந்தோம் அறிவோம் துணை மறவோம் பாடி கிரிவலமாய் வருவோம் வருவோம் ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா சேஷா 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 சேஷ குருநாதா பேசா மோன ஞானமாகும் சத்குரு சிவநாதா ரமணா 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 பகவான் ஸ்ரீ ரமணா அகமே சிவமா தன்னை அறிந்த முனியே சிவஹரணா யோகி 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 ராம் சுரத்குமாரா விசிறி சாமி ஆகி விளங்கும் வைகுண்ட நாராயணா சிவாய சிவாய ஹரஹர சிவாய குகை நமச்சிவாய பவாய குண சிவ சம்பு வடிவான குரு நமச்சிவாய குருவின் அடி சரணம் சரணம் வேண்டும் வரம் தரணும் பௌர்ணமி வேளையிலே கிரிவல பாதை துணை வரணும் வரணும் ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா அண்ணா 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 அஷ்டநந்திலிங்கா தன்னால் கண்டது கொண்டது புண்ணியம் அஷ்ட தீர்த்தலிங்கா மன்னா விண்ணா அடிமுடி எனஹரி தேடும் ஏகபாதா மண்ணே பொன்னாய் ரசவாதம் செய் சித்த கணநாதா அப்பா அப்பா பலமுனி மலைக்குள் உலவும் சிவலோகா தப்பே செய்யும் தயவு காட்டிடும் அன்பிகாயானவா அம்மா அம்மா அருணையில் அடுக்கு லிங்கம் ஆயிரமா அருணாச்சல சிவயன மலை சுற்றும் மனம் சிவாலயமா வருவோம் வழிபடுவோம் மிக பணிவாய் பதம் பணிவோம் அருணாச்சல சிவவோம் பல தீர்த்தமாடி வருவோம் ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா விமலா விமலா விமல சொரூபா மும்மலமற்றவனே கமலாலயம் தலை கிள்ளி எரிந்த அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணா அருணா அருணகிரியாடும் ஆதி செடுஞ்சுடரே கருணாகரணே சிவனே ஆதி அந்தமிலா ஒளியே தீவா 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 கார்த்திகை சுடரோனே வாவா வாவா அணி அண்ணாமலை அட்டநாரீசனே சித்தா 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 சித்த சிகாமணியே சொத்தா பத்தா எல்லாம் நீயே சோதிமலையானே வேண்டும் வரம் வேண்டும் உன்னை மறவா மனம் வேண்டும் அண்ணாமலை ஒளியே உன்னை ஜோதியாக வேண்டும் शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो
शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो
भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो
भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो
शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो
शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो
भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो
भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय
परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणचड़ा
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 अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर
हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर
हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर
हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर
शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो
शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो
भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो
भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो
शिवाय परमेश्वराय शशिशेखराय नमो भवाय गुणसंभवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमो अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
नित्यानंदा ओ नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा ओ நித்யம் கருணையில் இறங்கினார் மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யம் கருணையில் இறங்கினார் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினார் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினார் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினார் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினார் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினார் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய கென்னை குணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யம் கருணையில் இறங்கினார்
Ah
வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கூட்டின் முறையும் காட்டும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ கூட்டும் இசையும் கூட்டின் முறையும் காட்டும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையின் நாயகன் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையின் நாயகன் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே என் இசை நின்றால் அடங்கும் உலகே நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே நாம் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா ஆடவாயனோடு பாட வந்தவனின் பாடுவாய இனி மூட வந்ததொரு பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கத்திக்கம் திகதிகம் திகதி தனிதபதி தனி 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 தப்ப மகரி சமகரி பமகர பமகரி மக பமர பமதனிதா झुमक झुमक जन झुमक जन झुमक झुमक दिंधा दिंधा आ झुमक झुमक दिंधा इंदा सगरी सरिणी सरिणी ददा दरि दनि दब मामनि दरि कथपरि कट जुनुतरि दिनित तांग्रिगदगदगदगदगदगदगदा गरि मगरि सारिगा tajam tajam tarigada nidarigama dundarigada garizam tarigada parani dirigada sagari magada baba mari maga baba mari dasani sagari magadi karidaniza sagari dani tari tanida dari tanida tanida rigam mara baba mata tanida magadi sagari dani tante magadiga pamagadiga sagari dani diri tari tanida baba pata tanida baba sagari tanida baba gari tanida tadiga gabagiri dani 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 tanida magari tanida baba tanida baba gari gabagiri பாட்டுனானே பாவமுனானே
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living, practicing Hindus, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty not only brings you the freedom, it brings right purpose for your freedom. Not just health, right reason why you should be healthy. Not just wealth, right reason why you should be wealthy. Not just freedom, right reason what for you need freedom, what kind of freedom you need. Understand? Not just powers, what kind of powers you need for your fulfillment. Not just freedom, bringing the purpose for your freedom. Not just bliss, bringing the purpose for your existence. I tell you, the beauty of conscious sovereignty is the moment you hear this truth, get initiated, your inner space expands to that level. You can never go back to the old past, same old personality or identity. You can never back to be same old. That is why that initiation is always called, Shakti Pada is always called, giving you second birth, rebirth. Initiated one who got the Shakti Pada is called Dvija, reborn. Because once you receive Shakti Pada, you can never go back to the same old existence, same old identity. Once in a while you can have mood swing, that's your freedom. But you can never go back to be the same person. Listen. The most beautiful absolutely beautiful thing that can happen to life is constantly delete past, constantly upgrade yourself. The more and more you get into a space where you cannot go back to your past, the more and more you will find higher way of existing, higher form of existing. Listen, I have seen some of the most beautiful beings in my life. My own Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself. An extraordinarily beautiful and graceful. I have seen most graceful, beautiful beings in my life from all walks of life. My own Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Raghupati Yogi, Ram Surat Kumar, at least all these names I uttered, they are all not bound by certain responsibility or organization or organized living. But living inside the organization, very organized living, but very graceful beings I have seen. Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji. He is still alive. If you are in Chennai or Tamil Nadu, never miss having his darshan. He lives in Chennai, Mailapur Ramakrishna Mat. Tiruchi Swami, Kailasa Ashram. Of course, Tiruchi Swami is not in the body. He has attained Jiva Samadhi. Some of these beings, especially Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji, he is within the organization. Very organized living. But I have seen him in close quarters. The kind of the conscious sovereignty he manifests. An absolute clarity. Extremely powerful understanding of Vedanta, highest truths. Unimaginable. Same way, Swami Kamalatmananda, he is still alive. He is the head of the Madurai Ramakrishna Mat. I had the fortune of sitting at his feet and learning. He radiates the grace of Shiva Bhakti. I have seen such wonderful people in my life who demonstrated, who proved that conscious sovereignty, manifesting it, living it is possible in all walks of life. In all walks of life. Whether you are a free living individual or living in an organization or even married and living with wife, a householder life. I have seen so many graceful people in my life radiating conscious sovereignty. Listen carefully. Some of the greatest revelations I received from my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And when I started implementing it in my life. And when I started teaching, and when my disciples who are initiated by me, when they started implementing in their life, and when they came back and gave me the feedback, the right, wrong, good, bad, success, failure, compilation of all this knowledge, the essence of all this I am sharing with you all. So listen, understand. Three things I wanted to convey. Conscious sovereignty brings not just health for the way you want to live your life. Conscious sovereignty not just brings freedom, it brings freedom with a purpose. For example, when you are suffering with diabetes, eating sugar is not freedom, it is a suicide. You can't say, oh, can't I even have a freedom to eat sugar? People cry, saying, are they kept in prison? Don't they have the freedom to eat sugar? Hey, listen. When you are having diabetic, freedom to eat sugar is not freedom, it is suicide. Freedom to have the food for your health in a tasty way is freedom. Freedom to do what you want with the right purpose is freedom. See, realizing the right purpose of your life and having freedom to live it, progress towards it is freedom. I feel so happy when I see Soumya and her mother, both of them in the Hyderabad, when they come, religiously they will sit. Especially mother is elderly person, but even if she feels little sleepy, because now it's already 11 o'clock, late night in India. But I have never seen her missing the satsang. Actually, this is freedom. Even some of the Adinavasis are not that regular. They try to crib, saying, oh, are we put in jail or what? Anytime the satsang, we will have to come and sit or what? 11 o'clock, are we not having freedom to sleep? Hey, when there is a satsang going on, if you have all the infrastructure and you are freed from all other work or responsibility to attend the satsang is the real freedom. So freedom with a purpose. Understand? Freedom for your purpose is the freedom. Health for your purpose is health. Wealth for your purpose is wealth. I tell you, last 3 years studying many different ideas about economy and many different countries' economy policies, how it is geopolitical centered, how it is the ideology like a communism or socialism or capitalism centered, and how various countries function their economy. There are some countries which gives high interest for deposits. There are some countries which gives minus interest, means they take money from you to keep your money. So all kinds of economies I studied. I wanted to tell you all few things. It is actually knowing your higher purpose, conscious sovereignty makes you really wealthy. I tell you, still planet Earth functions based on Varnashrama Dharma. Caste mass functions on Varnashrama Dharma. After studying so many countries' economical policies, how the economies are kept alive, to come up with a right economical policy closest to Vedagamas. See, I wanted to implement the Veda Agamas as it is, map it as it is. So the closest possible structure on which I can map, so I can fine-tune the whole thing to focus as Paramashiva wanted, the whole Vedagamic civilization. So I have spent huge resources, energy, time, ultimately Paramashiva's blessings and samadhi and revelations he gives in samadhi. With everything I thoroughly analyzed, I came to the realization, planet Earth runs based on Varnashrama Dharma. Wherever Vaishyas exist with their Vaishya Dharma, that nations become wealthy. The economical intellectuals, their thought currents, and the ecosystem they want to nourish. I am studying the Japanese economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The US economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The Indian economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. All this I studied. Finally, I realized, I could see clearly what exactly Paramashiva revealed in Vedas and Agamas and penned down in Dharmashastras. That exact Varnashrama Dharma is the most successful strategy for life. I was studying elaborately. I'll give you just understandings. This will be directly useful for your life. there are many countries which attract the investments which is not needed for them. Those investments become load on them, and then they try to lend with less interest rate just to rotate that money and keep that money circulating because they don't know what to do. And those loans become NPAs, non-performing assets, in 3 to 5 years. It's a vicious circle. They are caught in vicious circle, having wealth without purpose. The conscious sovereignty is not nourished. Listen. If the conscious sovereignty in you is nourished, you build muscles, not fat. You build strength, not load. Same way in your economic principles. I am not saying money is bad. Be very clear. Money is good when you have the purpose. If not, you will not know what to do with it. I've always seen how the Indian middle class people think, first let me become engineer, then I will think what I want to become in my life. By the time you become engineer, you are already a fool and you don't know what to do with your life. And you don't even, see, actually after completely dampening you with the dumbest ideas and all outdated machineries which can be seen only in museum. Only those machines you will see in your workshops when you study engineering. The great museum pieces. Only after all this is done, the certificate engineer is given to you. So by the time you absolutely develop the mentality of extremely non-involving and lazy, and your expectation, just because you are here, the society should serve you. That mentality is the source of all corruption you find anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Listen carefully. Many times, just like Indian middle class mind thinks, oh, let me become first engineer, then I'll think what I want to become, what I want to do in my life. Same way, you guys think, let me first just acquire money, then I will do what I want to do with that money. No. First, have conscious sovereignty. The society has become such now, none of you are in poverty and none of you are going to die without food. The moment you found your basic needs, food, shelter, clothes, focus on conscious sovereignty, realizing the core purpose of your existence. That will tell you the purpose for which you want wealth. So when you start working for wealth itself, you will continue to fulfill the purpose. So your life itself will be a joy. Your path and goal will be one and the same. You will be enjoying the very path, not waiting for the goal to celebrate your life. The path itself becomes celebration. I tell you, person who made path itself as a celebration lives in eternal vacation. See, I live in eternal vacation. I work 24/7 and I live in eternal vacation. I work actually 24/7 in multiple dimensions, multiple time zones, not just horizontal time zones, vertical time zones also. Understand? Especially if you are young. When I say young, connected with me below 30. If you have connected with me below 30, you are eternally young. I will never let you age. I don't like getting aged. I like getting matured, but I don't like getting old or getting aged. So I will not do anything to you which I don't like. I will keep you eternally young. If you met me before 30, you are blessed. This is the time to find conscious sovereignty. Focus on that. If you met me before 30, I make you 16 and keep you 16 ever. Listen. When you find the idea of conscious sovereignty, you will never do the stupidity of questioning your life. Oh, why can't I eat sugar? Eating sugar is not wrong. But when you have diabetes, eating sugar is suicidal. So you are not controlled saying don't take sugar. You are protected. With the understanding taking sugar is suicidal when you are diabetic. Even otherwise, taking sugar is not good for health. That is separate. I am telling you, listen. People think, let me find wealth, then I'll decide what I want to do. Hey, by the time you find wealth, you abused you and built a wrong mental setup. When will you break that? That breaking that becomes a big headache. I tell you, with conscious sovereignty, if you find wealth, you will live in absolute aparigraha. I tell you. Listen, I have seen some of the most graceful beings demonstrating minimalist lifestyle, literally having the amount of wealth equivalent to kings. Whether Tiruchiswami is the founder and head of the Kailasa Mahasamsthana in Bangalore, which has branches all over India. He built a beautiful Devi temple which is literally now golden temple. The whole Garbhagriha, Vimanam is golden and Garbhamandir is golden. He literally built a golden temple for Devi. And the amount of wealth around him and the minimalist life he lived, he had everything, including golden throne, crown, jewels, everything. He will sit in the golden throne, silver throne, on those timings when he is receiving the Pada Puja or when he is doing his responsibilities. But in his personal life, he will not take one more extra betel leaf from his own garden. He will not waste one betel leaf from his own garden. And he will not get the third set of dress for his personal room. I asked him once, Swami, it is all for you. Why can't we have the few more sets of dress? He told in Tamil, hey, Simmasanam, Koda, Sapparam, Samaram, எல்லாம் நமக்கு வேலை, உரிமை இல்லை, உடமை இல்லை. Means the palki, all the umbrella, paraphernalia, throne, all that is our job, responsibility. Neither right, means neither we are the owners, nor it is ours. Listen. When you find conscious sovereignty, you will have the ultimate clarity about wealth. Why wealth? And you will accumulate it with the right mental setup. Wealth will never bind you. It will only be under you. It can never imbalance you or delude you, make you behave, think unscientifically. Listen. Wealth is one of the drug. Can make you think irrationally and unscientifically. When the greed for wealth enters, you commit crimes which will not allow end of the day for you to enjoy the wealth, even if you acquire. That's a funny thing. Listen, greed for wealth is nothing but unconscious lifestyle. The conscious sovereignty will make you realize purpose of everything, purpose of health, purpose of wealth. See, what is the purpose of my health? I should be able to sit in Padmasana for any number of hours I want to sit, and my brain should be fresh, alive, to download the Akashic records and radiate it, share it with you all. That's all is the purpose of my health. So because I know the purpose, I keep myself healthy for that purpose. Over. My purpose is my body should cooperate with me to be in samadhi continuously and sit and initiate people, teach people whenever I want to do. That's all. Because the purpose is clear. I keep myself healthy for that. Many times, people want to be healthy, they start building six-pack, gymming, bodybuilding, all that. But after a few days, that six-pack and muscles, bodybuilding, the showing, that becomes so important and addictive. People take the banned drugs, steroids to look and lose health. Please understand, there are many people who build body so unconsciously without knowing the purpose, they lose the body itself in the process of building the body. See how many bodybuilders die. By taking the wrong drugs, steroids to show. I tell you, same way, wealth. There are so many people unconsciously acquired wealth and don't know what to do. That load kills them. Our people around them exploit them, bind them, destroy their life, and life is lost. So in every level, conscious sovereignty is the first truth you should start experiencing. This should be your priority. Understand, not just wealth, purpose of wealth. Not just health, purpose of health. Not just living unconsciously, purpose why you exist is the basic need for life. Listen. Delusion is suicidal. Delusion is suicidal. In every level, delusion is suicidal. I have seen people, the most graceful people, and I have also seen most stupid people. I have seen people not just talking something in the morning, talking something in the evening. Even in one conversation, the beginning they will talk some logic, and just in few statements they will completely opposite to the logic with which they started. I have seen sometimes people, having one logic and talking for the other logic. I have seen that level lose. That kind of deluded people. Those are the moments I feel compassionate for myself. I feel really compassionate for myself. Anyhow, I think now everyone feels, is this me? Is this me? Is this me Swamiji is talking about? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Anyhow, listen. I have seen all kinds of people. With my experience, I wanted you to know, time spent on understanding conscious sovereignty is the best time spent. Understand? Listen. Even manifesting powers manifest the right power for your purpose. Understand? The purpose you want to exist. I tell you, if you find the conscious sovereignty, you will just feel eternally young. See, finding conscious sovereignty is not some difficult. You just need to know the larger purpose of your existence. Just be scientific, logical, rational to your higher purpose, larger purpose. Stop the shitty idea of you have only one life. That is the biggest shit dumped on you. You have been brainwashed with unwashable shit called you have only one life. Drop that shit. Your consciousness, assuming bodies after bodies, till you achieve your absolute conscious sovereignty. These are fundamental cosmic truths. Start looking at your life with these fundamental cosmic truths. Understand? Stop associating yourself with the delusion or the impact of drug called delusion on your brain as you. See, the impact of the delusion drug on your brain forms a fog called mind. You associate yourself with that and make your life's decisions, which is absolute unscientific. Listen, absolute unscientific. Understand that. Just listen. Be scientifically scientific, logically logical, rationally rational. As I said just now, Tiruchi Swamigal or Swami Gautamanandaji, the wealth around them is much more than kings will have. But they lived such absolute minimalist lifestyle because they know the purpose of wealth. I learned exactly that from my gurus. Kings living minimalistic lifestyle is possible only in Hindu tradition. Because if you know the conscious sovereignty, you will know the minimalistic lifestyle is powerful. It's an absolute power. This whole Chaturmasya, I name it as conscious sovereignty Chaturmasya. Manifesting powers through conscious sovereignty. See, manifest the right powers. There are many powers you may not need. That may just become load on you. Manifest the right power. Especially manifest powers by breaking the prenatal patterns called karma and postnatal karma called patterns. Break them and manifest powers. You will know exactly what kind of powers you need. If you are addicted to food pattern, break them. Then you will see the Nirahara manifest as a power, and not only you become healthy and you are free from addictions, you live long. Listen. If you are addicted to food patterns, I have a great news for you. Break those addictions through proper Nirahara Samyama step by step and manifest powers. You will see not only you become healthy, you will live long, because anything which addicts you, binds you, that pattern shows you the secret key for the powers you need to manifest. If you are greedy, bound by greed, deluded by greed, doesn't want to take responsibility, but you want everything, start practicing minimalistic lifestyle. You will manifest so much wealth, and you will enjoy the wealth, not wealth will be enjoying you. I tell you, many people just do watchman job, night watchman job, without sleeping, protecting their wealth. So they are not using the wealth, wealth is using them. People who are not able to sleep due to their worries about wealth, they are not enjoying the wealth, wealth is enjoying them. Like first few days you enjoy, you smoke, then cigarette smokes you. Understand what I am trying to tell you. Many times your delusion shows bad people as your friend, good people as your enemies. The pressure of hormones, chemicals, frustrations inside you, deludes you so badly. Conscious sovereignty is the only solution. Break from all postnatal, prenatal patterns. List all the prenatal, postnatal patterns and karmas binding you. Those patterns hold the secret key. What
powers you should manifest and what kind of powers is right for you. I'll give you a few minutes. I'll give you Shaktipada and be here with you all to help you all to identify your patterns, break them, and manifest as powers. Let's start. First day. Conscious sovereignty, power manifestation process in this Chaturmasya. Get paper and pen, sit. Pen down all the patterns which chains you, binds you. Start writing.
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் உலகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். முத்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் முத்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். உள்ளத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை உள்ளத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்து கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் உப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் உப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமானையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமானையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எழுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எழுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புது எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇದನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪಣೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇದನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪಣೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇದನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪಣೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇದನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪಣೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ
Bless you all as a living, complete manifestation, as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing,
living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घ सद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक स्वामि वागीश सुन्दर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध स्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान
कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures: no photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions: please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan says, power manifestation is how the conscious sovereignty become our reality. Everything listens to us and manifest as we want, as our powerful cognition, our power manifestation. It is a science because it is repeatable and each one of us can experience the conscious breakthrough and live in conscious sovereignty that Bhagavan said as a great lawyers, kings, or even the typical grahastha. Everybody has lived and living as conscious sovereignty as their reality. And here Bhagavan is giving the science of our manifestation for each one of us individually, for us to experience the conscious sovereignty as our reality. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, these are the evidences from different places that Bhagavan has beautifully listed here. The scriptural references, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, they are the Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramanas, the experience and results of Aptas. Who are the Aptas? The Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them, millions of them who are the authority of Hinduism, who manifested all these powers of Paramashiva and lived in conscious sovereignty as their reality. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how a human can experience the conscious sovereignty as their reality. And Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully said, each one have to manifest their powers and each one have to have the conscious breakthrough as their conscious sovereignty, as their very purpose of life. What is the purpose of their existence, in what context they are living and where they are addicted and where they can drop that and live as conscious sovereignty as their reality. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Thoughtless space is what we are all running after. Everyone is behind the sleep and dream. And sleep, we are all happy when 2 o'clock the alarm rings and we have 2 more hours to sleep. The consciousness which is pulling us as our reality, which we enjoy. All of us in the world have one word to say when it comes to sleep. We are very happy. That is what Bhagavan says. Thoughtless space will make us eternally happy and we don't have to come back. And we can have mood swing, but we will not come back to the thought space. We'll be only as a conscious sovereignty, understanding the logic of logic and understanding the greater science, that how we can live as a subtle being, as a quantum, as higher reality. And in every thought, word and action, implementing that cognition, we can live as the ultimate space of abundance and auspiciousness. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Bhagavan has beautifully given us the Pramanas to understand the deeper science before we manifest the powers of Paramashiva. When the understanding becomes our cognition, that is when the reality happens. That is why he gives the Pramanas for us to manifest. First understand and cognize and then go into the Pramanas for deeper understanding. Shastra Pramana.
3 of Hi Artho Sutra 3.4 and 3.5. Yatha hi artho sputo drishta savadhanepi chetasi bhuya sputataro bhati swabalodhyoga bhavitaha tatha yat paramarthena yena yatra yatha stitam tattatha balamakramya nachirat sampravartate.
This is for the power of metallization, power of sugar crystal, metallizing sugar crystal, candy, or banyan seed, or honey. Beautifully, Bhagavan has given us the Shastra Pramana, Spandakarika, section 3, Vibhuti Spanda, Sutra 3.4, 3.5. Shastra Pramana, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, indeed, as an object which, in spite of all attentiveness of the mind, is perceived and seen indistinctly at first, then appears and manifests more distinctly and clearly when the observed with the strength of one's visual power. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, how we experience the oneness with Paramashiva, we start experiencing the higher reality. He says how the fishes in the water, they are jumping but they are not connected. If we leave them to be that way, we are not disturbed. The fishes do not make any mark on the sea. The birds do not make any mark in the air, nor on the ground any animals make the footmark. Only we walk, we have the footmark. That's why in Zen tradition there is a clear patch of grass where they have to walk and the grass should not die. Even your subtlest space that need to be held in conscious sovereignty as your reality. One Zen master was asking his disciple to pour more coffee into his cup, and he poured and poured, and it was overflowing. After some time, the disciple could not stand. He asked, "Why are you asking me to pour? It's overflowing." He looked at the disciple and said, "That is exactly how you are. When you are overflowing with your thoughts, where is the question of having the thoughtless space? Where is the peace? Constantly we are only thinking and thinking and thinking, creating more chaos, more confusion, planning, suggesting skills, arrogance, ego, frustration, anger, jealousy, greed. We go on and on and on with so much of incompletions that we are addicted to. Each of the moment we are addicted to something or other, keeping us engaged. And Bhagavan says, drop all that patterns with before and after, all the karma patterns. When we drop it and understand these are nothing to do with us, they have nothing to do with us. Like a dream we are doing so many things, but nobody questions, nobody does anything because it is no use for us. We are very clear. That clarity is the integrity, chastity. How Bhagavan says everywhere they are chaste, so chaste that they are, that means the integrity to who they are, what they exist for, is very clear with them. That happens when you integrate yourself to the inner space, then the outer world. Outer world, how much ever you fight, it is not going to be possible because the other person, the outer world, is only going to gain more strength and retaliate to yourself again and again, pull you into more delusion. You can never win over the outer world. And how the Vali, Bhagavan beautifully says, Vali, the minute you appear in front of Vali, he gains the 50% of your power and destroys you. Same way, the delusion is just like that. It goes on destroying us as far as we get engaged with that. If we unclutch from that and decide, it is my dream, I do not have to engage, it has nothing to do with me. I am a pure consciousness which is there in the deep sleep, which is there in the sleeping state, dreaming state, and now also, which is the only original who I am. And that quantum space, the subtle space that I am, exists as everything and everyone that I understand. When we cognize that and start living that as our intention, our thought current, our way of words that we express and our actions, the whole integrity becomes the chastity. Bhagavan has beautifully given the Apta Pramana for the power of materialization. Apta Pramana, how Bhagavan Sai Baba in volume 4, issue I got the avatar and intellectual, Jan 2006, he had beautifully brought all his devotees and thousands of them sitting there. He manifested the fig fruit and distributed that to everybody. These great possibility, how he manifested, is only living his conscious sovereignty as his reality, and his only purpose to spread that conscious sovereignty is the very core for life. When Bhagavan took the avatar, he clearly lived as only conscious sovereignty as his reality. Now Bhagavan beautifully describes the four tattva, how we can live as chastity to our conscious sovereignty.
Seed, a small banyan tree seed, is a huge tree in the form of possibility. Same way, you are God in the form of possibility. You are the seed for God in the form of possibility. How? The banyan seed is possibility for banyan tree. You are possibility for God himself. Integrity means aligning your thinking with what you want. Integrity clears the path for Kundalini to travel. Authenticity awakens it. Every time you raise yourself to the peak of inner image and outer image, and others' image, the Kundalini is raised. That quantity which is required is raised. Today morning you feel tired,
You want to sleep in the satsang? When you say, no, I am going to listen, internalize, live. The moment you make the decision, a part of your Kundalini is awakened. Each decision you make with authenticity, your Kundalini is awakened. Each time you coil, shrink and lie down, your Kundalini is falling, reducing. A few days before, one sannyasi came to my meeting very late. I asked him what? He said fever. I know it's a lie. He started dropping from authenticity. He started destroying himself. Energy suicide started happening in him. Only then the disease. Inauthenticity is energy suicide. Listen. Whenever you make decision based on authenticity, your body and mind is immediately supplied the Kundalini energy required to fulfill your authentic decision. When you take the responsibility, the Kundalini energy is infused into the world. World starts cooperating with you, listening to you. When you start enriching, whole universe follows you. आज में कुंडलिनी शक्ति द्वारा आप आपके इच्छा अनुसार वास्तविकता का fantasies will disappear, fears will disappear, worry will disappear, attention need will disappear, jealousy will disappear, ego will disappear, discontentment will disappear. Just integrity will open all the 7 chakras for the Kundalini to flow. Integrity will clear the path. Authenticity will awaken the Kundalini energy. Responsibility will send the awakened energy which is in you into the world, so that world will listen to you. With enriching, world just follows you. Not only listening to you, just follows you. जब आप संपूर्ति में जीने लगते हैं, लगातार आप अपनी सोचधारा को संरेखित करने लगते हैं, तब आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति की प्रवाह का मार्ग का निर्माण होता है. These 4 dharma principles, integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching, is the best, amazing way of starting, awakening your Kundalini energy. Most safest method to start your Kundalini energy. Without integrity, if you awaken your Kundalini energy, you may become powerful, you may not be intelligent. Without authenticity, just with integrity, you may be intelligent, you may not be powerful. With integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching, life is such power. Yat char dharma aivam siddhant, to make what you want as reality and enriching. Just whatever you are becomes reality. Whether you want anything in the outer world, whether you want to make your dreams into reality, or you want to realize your reality itself is a dream. For both, your Kundalini needs to be awakened. Whether you want to make your dreams into reality or realize what you see as reality itself is a dream, for both purpose, your Kundalini needs to be awakened. जब आप संपूर्ति एवं श्रद्धा में रहते हैं,
Beautifully, Bhagwan explains how the integrity and how our purpose aligns to the higher reality. As in a space where Paramashiva lives, our outer world becomes successful. That is what Bhagwan is giving us. He's not pulling us out of the outer world, but actually making us manifest more of the outer world and more of the proper conscious sovereignty in the outer world. We can manifest in the inner space, we can manifest outer world more successfully, more command over what we are experiencing now with such a struggle and such an impossibility, which can be so easy for us to manifest. Janaka, the greatest king, the Pandya, the greatest king, they were emperors manifesting their reality in the outer world from the context of conscious sovereignty. Beautifully, we have a devotee who is giving us how she experienced the conscious sovereignty as reality and manifested the power of materializing a crystal. sugar crystal. She explains here.
Vidadi, and I am a participant in Paramashivoham, which is the most extraordinary program I've ever been to, and I'll film more videos about it, but this one is specifically about my experience of materialization, how Swamiji blessed me with materialization of a sugar crystal in my hand. And many of you have probably seen the picture that I posted on Facebook and are very eager to know how it happened. And the best part about this whole story is that I didn't do anything. I didn't even have the thought of materialization in my hand, like, oh, let me materialize, please, Swamiji. Nothing like that. Actually, Swamiji had just initiated us into the power of 360 vision. So we were holding a phone behind our partner's head with an image and chanting the Mahavakya. Oops. And the partner had to really see that picture being shown behind his head and write down the words or images. And so I was there, I was a bit in pain, like my back was a bit in pain, so I was leaning a bit on the left side, my left hand was on my left thigh, I was chanting the Mahavakya, but actually there was, now that I think back, there was one thing, it's not something I was doing, but I was in a particular state. Earlier that day, we went on the stage in front of Swamiji to receive blessings, and when I went there, I had such oh my god, such a playfulness, such a joy to be in front of him, and I had this facial expression, and I just smiled at the screen, and when he looked at me, he smiled back and he blessed like this. And my space was so joyful. And, I was holding the phone, being in that space of feeling so cared for and so protected. And the round lasted for about 3 minutes. And when the round was over, kind of came back, and I started feeling something. It was in my hand, actually, on this finger right here. And I'll do my best to show it to you. And it was very big too, so beautiful. Okay, you can see it.
How she metallized the crystal and how she was feeling. Here you can see how they were taking the honey out of the hand. Simply the honey was flowing in the hand, and they were taking the honey out of the hand and pouring. You can see the honey flowing right now in the hand when they were connected to their Ishtadevata, Sai Baba, and they just held the picture on the hand and they are able to just see the honey flowing from the picture. Any of your Ishtadevata where you are deeply connected in conscious sovereignty as your reality, you start merging into the oneness space where you become the one with the cosmos and you experience the conscious sovereignty as a prasada. You can see how many times they're taking the kumkum is appearing and the honey is appearing, and they are continuously removing the honey in the photo and taking and putting it in the other hand. The greatest signs, all this is a possibility where they have manifested these powers, and this is quite possible for each one of us. Pratyaksha Pramana. The Pratyaksha Pramana clearly says how the foreign body in the oral cavity appeared without any delay or reprocession. The recording of the spiral CT after metallization revealed the presence of the metallization object both in the section and the third format. This is in Avatar Shastra chapter 10. Beautifully, so many metallization have happened for so many deities, in so many gods and goddesses, I should say deities, because you are manifesting, you're a super conscious being, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Here you can see the metallized object, Ganesha, Buddha, Lingam, conch, and the precious stones. All this is possible when you understand the higher science of the reality. Now let's make sure we clean the area that we are going to manifest, and make sure your hand is completely clean. You can completely wash it, dry it, so that you don't have anything in your hand anywhere. And make sure the deities that you have kept, they are not manifesting. They are not having any kumkum or any vibhuti. Make sure your cameras are on. The Kantamala, which has the Jnananjan, Bhagwan's very own DNA, apply in your third eye and your temples. And bring Paramashiva into your third eye. All about Jnana, Vairagya, Bhakti. You surrendering all your identities as father, mother, brother, sister, electrician, or doctor, or a pilot, whatever you are, drop at Bhagwan's feet. That is not who you are. You are conscious sovereignty. The very purpose why you existed on planet Earth is to experience the higher consciousness. Like how you grow from the school to college and then you go to work. We came to planet Earth to grow from human to conscious sovereignty, a superconscious being. Who we are, Bhagwan says, if you say you're human, you're lying. You are divine, God and goddesses. Each one of you sitting there as God and goddesses. Because you are in this session where Bhagwan himself is there, you have to be God and goddesses, receiving his blessings to be here first. So thank yourself that you are here. And if you're here to manifest the powers, you are really blessed to receive the prasada. Each individual have to have our own conscious sovereignty and manifestation as our reality. So sit as Paramashiva, as Parashakti, whichever is matter is Paramashiva, whichever is a happening is all Parashakti. And 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, how alive you'll be. With just 2 eyes, we are so alive. With 75 eyes, how alive we will be. Hold that powerful space and sit. And you are the gods and goddesses who have come down to experience Paramashiva as your reality, Parashakti, as her manifestation. And simply have the strategic will. Will is already written. The manifestation has already happened. You are seeing it right now in the physical form. All the manifestation, if you understand in the higher reality, it has happened. And you see it much before that I am materialized. Oh, I know third day I'm going to materialize this Vibhuti Kumkum or the crystals. I know it. If you hold that cognition, you will see simply the happening of the reality. What you cognize, what you digest is what you belch. What you cognize is what you manifest. You cognize that you are manifesting all the powers, even as a little as your glitters on your hand. It is not just happening. NASA pays $1 trillion for it to happen. If you go talk to them, you'll understand. Here, the cup of chocolate milk and just melting in oneness with Paramashiva and drooling and melting in Paramashiva's space. We are manifesting all the powers. It's such a beautiful and intense space. So unclutch from anything you have a gadget. No gadgets here. Put away your Facebook, Instagram, all that. And put away your thoughts also with that. We do that all the time when we go to deep sleep every night. We put away everything and simply go into the deep sleep. Same way, right now, consciously drop everything as a delusion. It is not even real. It is a delusion, mirage. And it doesn't even exist. The shadow of the lamp is right under it because it is not the real. And the light makes the whole room bright. And shadow just leaves when you make the light more bright. That is all we need to do. Make it more bright that we are Paramashiva. The shadow disappears. The delusion disappears. Just entangle, just melt yourself into Paramashiva. That is why the chanting helps you. You can hold any Ishtadevata or Bhagavan Paramashiva who has come as your guru in physical form. You can melt and become one with him and chant the Mahavakya intensely, and whatever prasada you receive, you can record it or you can take a picture and share it with the world. Now let's start chanting. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva. Unclutch from everything that you know as your identity. Just only Paramashiva hold in your inner space. Only Parashakti or your Ishtadevata. And chant the Mahavakya which Bhagwan has given. You merge into Bhagwan itself or any of the Mahavakya which you merge into the oneness. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and you will see the prasada appearing just for you. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautifully, slowly open your eyes, and whatever prasada you received, please check the dots that are appearing in your hand, and you can use your cell phone light and put it on your hand and see the glitters, how your hand is changing into gold. Literally, the glitters which are not appearing before simply starts appearing as small dots. Even for a peck, NASA is paying so many $1 billion to materialize. Materialization is from the depth dimensions. It is teleporting, which is the breadth dimension. You move matter to unmanifest and unmanifest to the matter again. But in terms of materialization, just from unmanifest, you're materializing an object. So it's something really phenomenal. As per science, it's not even possible. So whatever you are doing is phenomenal. If you can find even a speck, or your hands are becoming sticky in the edges and you feel the honey taste and you smell the honey, then you have manifested the powers. Even if you have the Kundalini energy, you have started manifesting. Manifestation is a science. It has to be happening. There is no other way. It is like if you come to the first grade and say, oh my God, they are finishing the school and they're so nice, they're having the graduation day. Yes, they also went through all 10 years and 12 years to get that graduation. But even if you're doing the first grade, it is great. You have started. So you are experiencing Kundalini energy. You are Paramashiva. Even if you don't do anything, you are Paramashiva. Everything that exists as matter is Paramashiva, as quantum, photon, electron. But when you go into the deep meditation, even as science, the photons get more. The light energy becomes more and more radiant. That is why they say enlightenment. Probably the more you start experiencing more deeper inner space of Paramashiva in you, the more you realize you are Paramashiva. You are the God and goddesses. You are the chosen one. You are the ultimate. The more you understand that, you become the self-effulgent light. You become the Paramashiva. More you surrender your identities, which is not you. You didn't know that before you were born, and you didn't know that in different stages of life. You carried it for a purpose, but that purpose is not the ultimate. Drop that and continue into the space of oneness. Now you are initiated by Bhagavan as Paramashiva, as Parashakti. Hold that as your very identity in every action, and simply you will see your life, all the fulfillment and abundance happening simply like that. And you will be unclutched from everything which is happening, because you know Paramashiva in you is manifesting the ultimate reality. He is such an uncompromised compassion person. He comes as a charioteer and drive you around. Arjuna, he is driving as a charioteer, comes to the person who has a hunchback and says she's the most beautiful person. And beauty is within, the grace is within. When you understand how compassionate he is looking more for you than you are looking for him. If you recognize him in you, you have manifested the ultimate science. And this is the science of our manifestation, to live the conscious sovereignty as your reality. In every action you do, whether you're making a coffee or making a financial decision, be very clear your conscious sovereignty is the only reality, only purpose. And from that context that you are quantum, you are not the delusion that you're looking at. In everything, look at, hey, this coffee is a delusion. I am in oneness with Paramashiva and this coffee is offered as a prasada to me. And if you make a financial decision, it is for the conscious sovereignty, where the more wealth is going to happen as to give the Sarala Parityaga for Bhagavan himself. All the context where you understand the higher purpose, why you exist and why you are as gods and goddesses, simply showering and simply in abundance. That is how you hold yourself in oneness with Paramashiva. Now we'll have one more quick cycle of materialization that Bhagavan himself will materialize through us. He is there in Kailash Courtyard more than we are present. So let's sit straight, visualize Paramashiva in our third eye and bring your awareness to third eye again and again. The lower three chakras keep pulling us because of all the toxins, the trillions of cells which are sitting and fighting out there, which are frustration, guilt, anger, all the confusion. Drop that, unclutch from that, hold you only in the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Melt in Paramashiva, chant in such a way you're melting in Paramashiva that you forget yourself and simply be in the oneness with Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says, when the shoe fits, you forget your foot. When the bell fits, you forget your hip. When the hat fits, you forget your head. Same way, when you chant Mahavakya that fits, you forget your body and mind. You become Paramashiva. And that beautiful space and that beautiful oneness, you can manifest any powers. We'll now wipe out, even if you're manifested, wipe out everything clean. So we'll have a new cycle and we can share at the end of it. Don't have to peek and say whether I manifested, whether I manifested. Just drop that also. Whatever prasada you need to receive, Paramashiva really will give it to you as prasada when you require, what you require, how you require. Trust Paramashiva. He knows. He's like your mom. He's running behind you. You don't have to run. He's always behind you. Even if you're in trouble, even if you're in dilemma, confusion, he is behind you, taking care you of ultimate oneness. Just hold that oneness space, bhava, that beautiful bhava, that Paramashiva is everything. I enjoy Paramashiva. I am Paramashiva. And all I have inside me is Paramashiva. Hold that and chant the Mahavakya. If you have the Ishtadevata, you can hold the Ishtadevata also. Just merging into the Ishtadevata, chanting the Mahavakya. Let's have one more cycle before we go. Few minutes, let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya with a deep intensity of deep listening till it becomes a japa in us. Start with materializing whatever prasada you receive. Simply you will start bringing abundance and auspiciousness. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes, and whatever you have materialized or the deity has materialized, please take a picture of it and share it with in tinyurl.com/power manifestation, or in your social media. Tag it to your friends and families. Why do we need to share? I have manifested, I have listened, and I've done everything. Then why do I need to share? Bhagwan asks you to write. Why does he ask you to write? When you write, is only your listening starts happening. Listening is all about manifesting the Paramashiva, conscious sovereignty. And when you share, you're typing or you're telling your friend that you are Paramashiva, and again you doing that is the only way for us to become Paramashiva. Seeing everybody as Paramashiva and write the blog. Simply you'll see you are Paramashiva. Beautifully Krishna told Uddhava. Uddhava said, Krishna, you're leaving. What I'm supposed to do? He said, forget everything. Look at everybody as Krishna and you will simply become Krishna himself. And that is what Bhagavan is giving us. Everything is Paramashiva and everybody is Paramashiva. When we start telling everybody, they also become Paramashiva, we also become Paramashiva, the quantum space starts happening as a reality. Awareness engulfs us as awareness. That is what Bhagavan says. Authenticity possessed me and I became the eternal truth as conscious sovereignty. For us to become aware again and again, we need a form, we need a word. That is what is Paramashiva. And again, bringing awareness to our inner space. Are we holding Paramashiva or our thought? Oh, I'm holding a thought. And drop that. I am Paramashiva. Again and again, that awareness that you bring, you become the awareness. You become the quantum conscious sovereignty. So that is what Bhagavan is giving us the greatest signs for us to manifest. That is why contributing to others' life, that you are Paramashiva, you become Paramashiva. And contribute, you can see the $sign at the end of the YouTube, and anybody who is offering, thank you so much. And whatever you contribute, you're building your Kailasa inside your inner space. All that brand that you like to buy in the outer world, you vote for that by paying the $. Same thing, any unit of your currency, when you vote for Paramashiva as your inner space, you become that. That is why all the temples have a hundi for us to attest our credibility that I am God and goddesses, I am the divine who has manifested in the planet Earth. Again and again, go on contributing a single unit of your currency and go on sharing that you are Paramashiva, that you manifested all these greater reality in the Kailash courtyard. We used to go to temple to experience that. Bhagavan himself has come to Kailash courtyard for us to experience now. That's all the difference, but we can experience the conscious sovereignty, the very purpose of our life. So with that, surrendering all our powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude and deep earning that I am Paramashiva is my reality, holding that as my earning, simply I will transform into that. Holding that and thanking each one of you here, hundreds of you, who are sitting and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva in the Kailash courtyard, is the most auspicious space, the blessed place that we can be. So thank yourself, and with a deep gratitude, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for being here, and whatever prasada, you can share it with the world, the prasada also, the greatest gift from Bhagavan. And see you after the next satsang in Kailash Courtyard Manifest.